Good morning. Oh, camera, what have you done? Good evening. Good afternoon. Hold the phone. My camera has decided that I am to be washed out today. Why did you do this? That's a little bit too dark. Alright, that's fine. I'll fix that later. How you doing, everybody? What's going on? How is your day? What did you do for your weekends? How's it going? Welcome in, Hall Cat. Hello, Douche. How you doing, Iron? Welcome back, Blue. Hello, Valley. Dalen, hi. Hi, Cardi as well. Hello, Night Owl. What you up to today? Hey, Nox. What's up? Good to see you again, Iron. Hello, Jolly. Rainy. Hello. Welcome back. Blue as well. Angel. Hello. Norse. Voyage. Finally got your internet fixing? Heck yeah! What's up, Wrathful? What you up to today? You bought a lot of stuff right before the Townshend discount? Oh, no. Hey, Echo. What's up, Sem? How you doing? Good to see you again, Saginator, as well. Dark Knight, Bat, Raph, Cval, Samus, Side of MK. Would you change anything in Noko 6 times build? Copied it, but energy very hungry and energy experience. Like, you mess up the rotation once on your toes, just make sure you have 2 bright bonds down. You should be fine. You should have absolutely 0 energy concerns as long as you have bright bonnet down. That thing spits out, like 200 energy every second and a half each. It's really the big thing. As long as you keep, the bright bonnets down, you should never be running out of energy. Oh, for Nezha. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about the Noko build. In your experience, if you mess with the rotation once, then you're done. Just make sure that you're casting, if you're having that problem, then I would say switch out one of the Archon shards for another Equilibrium shard, or work Equilibrium into the build if you're running into that problem. I personally never really find that I run out of energy, but that's also because I play the frame quite a lot, so I have a little bit better understanding of the casting rotation. So just make sure that you're casting Blazing Chakram and you're actually hitting people with the disc. It's kind of the big thing. The other thing that you can do is always swap in Archon Stretch onto the builds. Because Archon Stretch can be activated by a companion. So as long as you have a companion that can activate it, then that's another little bit of extra energy for you. That's another trick to making energy a little bit better on Nezha. Kratos an actually good melee, or do people use it for the mobility? Both. Both. Yo, Wiz, welcome on in, everybody. How's it going, everybody? How was your stream, Wiz? Sophia, you came in with the Wisp. Oh, wow. Well, welcome on in, everybody. How you doing today? What'd you get up to? All right, who, you're running the Pyrotechnics build? Yeah, you could switch out the Augur Reach for Augur Stretch, or Archon Stretch. I did that for a little bit of extra energy. If you also need to, you could increase the Just Chill Tuesday. Heck yeah, Devil Wing as well. Double the raid. Hey, Double Wing, how you doing? Cardi, Echo, I assume your game, and Lilith. We're just doing our dailies here, getting going. Welcome on in, Devil Wing, as well. Hey, hi, Beth. Sorry, I had a stroke. How you doing? How you doing, Devil Wing? What you up to today? Thank you very much for the raid. And Ms. Me, oh my gosh, 3 raids. I just started, guys. Well, I guess that's one heck of a way to start a Tuesday. Triple. Oh, baby, a triple. How's it going? Oh, I have to wait until I can give a shout out. So we'll get a shout outs to everybody in a minute here. Cardi, you're Cephalon Pseudo or Steel Meridian? Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in, Wisp, Devil Wing, Miss Me. Thank you all for the raids. Appreciate you. Hope you all had yourselves a wonderful stream. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. I hope you all had your wonderful streams. And of course, if any of you need to raid and run, you are 10,000% welcome to take off if you want to. But if you want to hang out, what's my in-game name? It's the same as stream name, Zenosfire. You can also always type !IGN. Didn't know I was just starting? Well, I'm happy to have you here now. Kira Sam, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. How am I feeling? I'm just so tired today. I don't know why. I haven't been sleeping well the last few days. You could throw me up on the TV while you're cooking? Heck yeah, enjoy your food. Oh, it's this tile setty too. You too? Yeah, it's, I don't know, the changing seasons always gets me. Like, anytime that the seasons do a lot of, like, the big change, like what we just had with this huge snowstorm, it's like, oh. Do I know that Dota 2 collab? Yeah, with Monster Hunter? It seems a little odd, but hey, I'm game. I'll never say no. They did collab way back in the day with, like, Warhammer Total War, and they did a collab with, what was the other one? Reaper Miniatures way back in the day as well. Was it Reaper? Hold on, wait, what one was it? It was the competitor to Warhammer where their main selling point was that they weren't Warhammer. But they didn't really have much, and I think the game ended up dying out. There's a friend limit? I'm at a friend limit? Huh. Alright, I'll clean out some friends who haven't been on here for a while. I play Dota? Yeah, I mean, I don't play Dota much anymore. No, it was, I forget what the company was, but they ended up not surviving, to my recollection. And they made, like, all resin minis. Warpath? I can't remember. But they did a collab outside of, like, with another tabletop game company way back in the day. I mean, resin's fine. Just, you gotta know how to work with it. No, it wasn't Trench Crusade. I just forget what it was now. The company didn't end up surviving, unfortunately. Just started Warframe like a week back. You gotta say the community has been such a breath of fresh air coming from the League of Legends community. Yeah, that sounds about right. The League, I mean, MOBA, any competitive PvP game community is always gonna be problematic, right? But we're just chill PvE players here. Yeah. No, thanks for getting that shout out there, whoever did that one. And then we also got another one for Miss Me when that cooldown pops there. Did we get one for Miss Me as well? I didn't see if we did. I mean, I don't really play Dota anymore, but I still watch professional Dota. Hey, Jokes, how you doing? You think as long as we got all the shoutouts, that's all that matters. Have I tried Nesha with the Cyanax helmet and the new augment is broken? I've tried the Cyanax augment on basically anybody. It's really good, especially if you want to be playing a weapon platform build. Which Nesha, of course, is quite a good weapon platform build, and Flo showed off in his Nesha video today that combination. It's actually quite fun. Final Fantasy? Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 14's community is actually pretty solid. I would really like Final Fantasy to get back to a better place. Corrupted Holokeys and get all the 10 weapons from Ergo. Ooh, I love those weapons. They're very good. You would too? Are you a Final Fantasy player too, Bev? You want to play Final Fantasy 14 together, Bev? You're a tank? Hell yeah, I'm a healer. You could be my tank. I'll be your heal bot. It'll be great. I play Sage. Sage best heal. Sage best heal. We'll die on this hill. Hey, Hellblade, how you doing? You boys just did Nesha with Dante's helmet. The slash has killed all. Yeah, the Dante, the slash one is like quite good. But I'm like, I prefer doing the combos with the heat stuff. Paladin and working on building up your Dark Knight. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I've been getting an itch for an MMO again lately. I don't know why. I've just got the itch for another MMO experience lately. And I was talking to my friend being like, hey, how's WoW doing these days? And he's like, I don't want to talk about it. And be like, okay, understood. All right. right, Miss Me, you take care. Thanks so much for dropping by today. MMO stream when? I did those a few whiles, like a few times. I've done a few MMO streams over the years. Dark Knight's actually fun. Can't wait to get Heavenward so you can pick it up. Dark Knight's very, very fun. Dark Knight's the one that I mainly play as a tank when I'm tanking, just because it was the easiest one for me to work with. The problem with Final Fantasy XIV is, like, they just got, like, weird button bloat. Like, there's a lot of buttons that could just be consolidated into a singular button. Like, Reaper's got it, where, like, the Reaper class, not Reaper as in Reaper Nuts, friend of the stream, where you can, one button is like all of the abilities of the combination, right? So it's, you know, you press it 3 times, it's 3 different things. Wouldn't Warframe be considered an MMO? I would say that Warframe's certainly an MMO, but it's a little bit of a different type of MMO than what I'm talking about, which is like the MMO RPG styled, right? World of Warcraft, Elder Scrolls Online, Final Fantasy XIV, that type of thing. Still an MMO, but I would say not like, you know, classic MMO like those ones there. Hey Scotty, how you doing? What's my favorite DPS in Final Fantasy XIV? Oh, I was really liking Monk. Monk was fun, but like, if it's not Monk, I would say it's probably like, I do like Summoner, but also I'm someone who loves minion stuff, so. Something amazing happened in Warframe today. Your oldest friend from your old account who'd been offline for 3,800 days came back yesterday. Oh, that's awesome. Keep buying Nightand from the Nightwave, or is it a single buy? You can buy as many as you want to, yeah. You can buy as many as you want to. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for my Zaku. Hey, Dazzy, how you doing? Welcome on in. I'm also thinking of trying out, why does my microphone sound weird today? I had to do like a reset on some stuff. I had to do a reset on some stuff, so I don't know if it's registering everything properly. Yeah, that's registering. Is the compressor weird? Compress. No? Okay, you're fine. Weird. Do I listen to Sleep Token? Nah, I don't listen to Sleep Token. That's why Sleep Token's playing right now. Yeah, no, I listen to Sleep Token all the time. We can blame Meg for my Sleep Token addiction. My Sleep Token addiction is completely caused by Megan Everett, aka the community director of Warframe. Hey Cherry, how you doing? Best between Cloud? Oh yeah. Sleep Token goes well with Warframe? It is true. Also, Sleep Token just goes well with anything. I'm big. I would love to see them live, but I think they were just in Toronto like last year, so I don't think they're coming back for a while. Thoughts on Arcadia? It's certainly my preferred album of theirs, but also it's the one that I was introduced to them, so it's kind of the one that I'm going at. Yeah, Electric Callboys come to Toronto, so I'm probably going to go see them live. I haven't been to a live show since before the pandemic. I'm just going to pop that there. You wish DE would reduce the form of build crafting time? I wish that too, but also it's an economics thing. If I remember correctly, they make a lot of their money off of Forma, so of course they need to keep the lights on, right? Proceed and prepare. At the end of the day, while I agree with you, I also understand that they are a business and they do have, you know, bills to pay and employees to pay, keep the lights on and all that jazz. Electric Callboy with a crossover with Warframe, oh, that would, I would not be able to contain myself. I would lose it. I would break down. my brain would fry immediately.
This will take a moment.
Move Warframes. Yeah, I'm in the camp right now that I think normal Warframe should have a 24-hour cooldown, or 24-hour craft time. And, I feel like Primes could sit at a 3-day cooldown, build craft time. But also, you know, I understand. There's, like, certain sides, like, having some form of crafting time. Electric Cowboy, yeah, it's a German, new metal? I forget what they would call themselves, but it's a German band, yeah. Quite good music. Or at least fun music. I like it. Let me put it that way.
Still working on it. Continue.
Metal. Are you a statue? You're a candy. Party metal's a good way to describe them. You know what? That's a pretty good way to describe it. Equinox takes 7 days to craft. Equinox takes longer to craft because you have to craft her base, her day form, night form, and then her base. But the prime is only a just the one frame. You don't need to do multiple frames with the prime, thankfully. Wish you could queue your crafts. Yeah, again, I would love that too. But I also understand the sort of economics behind not being able to do that, right? Alright, everybody, I gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Building Zephyr, should use strength as a dump stat. Typically speaking, that's how people play Zephyr, yeah. Dump strength, high duration, high range, go forth. Hey, Wari, how you doing? Nope, not in there, but we already got all 8, so we don't need to keep looking, unless there's a statue hiding somewhere. Man, now I want to play Final Fantasy 14. Wait, Beth, you're on North America data centers, I assume, right? We could do like a bunch of us. Ooh. We could get like dinos and Rue. We could do like a whole Warframe community raid team. Ooh. That could be dangerous. We could end friendships. It would be great. Friday day, Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I used to mainstream Final Fantasy 14 along with Warframe, actually. Back in the day, I would stream the 2 games. Do 3 days Warframe, 2 days Final Fantasy 14. And then just Dawn Trail just killed all enjoyment for me, unfortunately. I was not a big fan of Dawn Trail. You want new frame, you wish to main for a while and build out between Zaku, Protea, Neja, and Octavia. You like fast nuking frames since you're decently new, so no helmets would be best. Then I would probably say you'd be looking towards Protea and Neja. F4? It depends. Like, if you want fast and nuking frames, then you'd be looking... Like, Zaku actually does some pretty good nuking. Protea does some really good damage. And Neja, of course, is my favorite. Octavia's damage is more slower paced. Because it depends on the enemies. So... kind of depends there. What are my thoughts on Frost? Frost is incredible. Why did it boot you? I don't know. Why did it boot you? Let's get you in here, Echo.
You must deliver payloads and defend enough.
Yeah, I mean, all of them are good without a helmet. You don't need a helmet on any of those frames, right? It just kind of depends on what style of build you want to go for. Like, none of those builds necessarily need a helmet. Do they all get, like, stronger with helmets? Absolutely. But, like, you don't need it. This is usually a candy in here. I was right. You're waiting for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? You know, I was never into Final Fantasy VII. It wasn't really my game. The first Final Fantasy that I really got into was 10. That was my Final Fantasy. I mean, Rhino's still very strong. Don't get me wrong. See, 10 was my Final Fantasy. Like, that was the one that I grew up playing. So, like, when they did a remaster of 10 a while back, I replayed the whole entire thing, and it was just, like, such an enjoyable experience. They did a remaster and put it out on PC, and they did Final Fantasy X-2 on PC as well, and I just forgot how much fun that was. Someone in the last dev stream said that Nesha needs a rework. I mean, people are allowed to have their opinions, even if they're dumb opinions. I'm kidding! Everybody's allowed to have their opinions, even if I don't agree with them. However, Nesha very much doesn't need a rework. Nesha's fantastic. With Divine Retribution and without Divine Retribution. Giga Chad Rhino build? We already have 2 Rhino builds that are pretty Giga Chad on the channel, actually. Do you like one-shotting the world with Reeve? With Rhino? It's hilarious. You think Atlas needs a different ult? I think Atlas could probably use some love. He's kind of a one-punch man, and that's it. Although he does have some neat loot tech, though. But I do agree that Atlas's summons could probably use a little bit of love. It'd be cool to see Atlas's summons, like, punch with you. That's my candy. Nerd. Like, having Atlas's summons cast Landslide when you cast Landslide immediately makes Atlas's summons really good. Think how cool that would be. Atlas could be an impact progenitor? Listen, the progenitor system doesn't make any sense sometimes. I think, if you type !Rhino, I think it has both the Reeve build and the other one, too. If memory serves correctly. Yeah, there it is. Anyway, today I was just like, last night I was having a rant in my head about Lookalink. I was like, why the frig is this still weird and like not functioning properly? It's like, this should be able to be fixed. So today I decided to make a rant video because I was too tired to think of something actually intelligent. Needs help with rock economy? True. He needs more rocks. And maybe some more stone. Rock and stone in chat? Hello? Candies? No candies. We're rich! Man, I need more Lordy in my life. Give Atlas a meteor ult? I don't think Atlas would have a meteor ult. Major benefits hitting MR30. Yeah, when you get MR30, you get like, you can go into missions that you would normally not be able to if you weren't max rank for, forming stuff. So that's like ESO and whatnot. Or, arbitration. No, not arbitrations. Sending, why am I having a brain fart? Sorties. So you can go into those without requiring mastery rank, right? Or having your frame leveled up. You also get like 3 umbral formas. You get like a bunch of ribbon slots. It's definitely worthwhile to hit MR30, but there's not really a reason to care about MR after MR30. That's the reason why, even though I have, you know, the ability to get LR5, I just don't care. Because it's just not necessary. I'll get LR5 when I get LR5. I'll get LR6 when I get LR6. I just don't, it doesn't really matter. To me, at least, it doesn't really matter. How's my day going? I'm so sleepy today. For really no reason at all. I'm just a sleepy man. Well, I mean, I just haven't... What is going on with you? Who did we lose this time? We lost Cardi. Oh, that's because Cardi's done here. What frame should you invest in? Noko. Or Neja. Or Harrow. Or Nova. I don't know, it kind of depends on what you want to play. What kind of frame do you want to play? Okay, we're doing Cephalon Suda dailies. Anybody want to join? How do you mod for claws on the Predacite? You feel like bite's wasted when base crit chance is 7.5%? No, it's definitely not wasted. And the reason why is because you also, with bite and with hunter, there's a hunter mod that you can put on the claws that give you up to the crit chance for Tenacious Bond. So definitely not worth it. Hi and bye, no worries, May. I hope the small's doing okay. Dominate anything itself, but have fun. Nuking frames aren't your thing. Protea would be a good choice. Not a nuking frame. Protea, Oberon, Valkyr, Kulovo, Vauban. Vauban's a little bit of a glass cannon, though. Citrine, Caliban, Oraxia. All of those are very good frames. Fantastic in the late game, fantastic in the early game. Do on Nova? Nova is hydration. Okay, we got room for one more for Cephalon Suda dailies. Anybody want to join? Uno mas. Fred, what's your in-game name, Fred? I forgot about something, that we do giveaways when we get raided, so we gotta do some giveaways. So type exclamation point join to get in for a max rank. Let me just make sure that I have it still. Longbow. Max rank longbow sharp shot. Anybody can join. Type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat. It's only in Twitch chat for a max rank longbow sharp shot. Keep in mind that you do need to have 2.1 million credits in order to complete the trade because it is a legendary arcane. I will hold on to it until you have the money. You will not join? Beth, how dare you? Animal behavior. What the hell? Do not let you join? Oh, instructions unclear. Beth won. GG everybody. Hashtag rigged. I mean, 2.1 million credits is not that hard to get these days, right? We have a few different good credit farms, so don't worry. And like I said, I'll hold on to it for you for a few days. Do I have Discord? I do! Give me a minute here and I'll grab your link. Who was Sobek? Honey Munitions or Heat? I would say Heat, personally. It has such high status chance, such high pellet count, such high damage that... And you don't need to build into the crit side of things for Honey Munitions in that way, so you can go full status build if you want to. So I personally prefer Heat over that, personally. Feel like your weapons aren't doing enough? Well, Starfishy, you can shoot me your in-game... you can send me your build in-game, and then I can take a look at it and give you recommendations if you'd like. Like what all of these people have done here. Man, I want to play Final Fantasy XIV. I should just bite the bullet and do it. Do you need to add me? Nope, you don't need to add me. You just need to follow the instructions in the bot message right above your message. Starfishy. And I'll pull that bot message up there again for you just to be safe. Coupons have been restored to the Epic Game Store. Congratulations, Epic Game Store players. The itch? Oh, Beth. Are you at Dawn Trail, Beth? You want to do just like a fun little stream one night? Like how we did Umamusume? You feel like you're going to be a liability your first few duties? That's okay. I'll be a liability along with you. Most boring nuking frame, in my opinion? I find Sevagoth kind of boring, but that's a personal preference thing. Would putting Toxin on the damage increase Acid Shell's damage, not because the set damage has a set percentage number in that percent? Why would you think that Toxin would improve the corrosive damage? You're not done Endwalker yet. Oh no, that's okay. I can come be your heal bot. No, Toxin would not increase the augment's explosive damage outside of. I don't think it increases the explosion damage from acid shells in any way, shape, or form, to my knowledge, at least. But as always, been wrong before, be wrong again. Oh my gosh, I cried like 3 or 4 times during Endwalker's MSQ. It got me. It got me hard. It just attacked me right in the feels. Not gonna lie, don't know how to send the chat. If you just follow the instructions in the bot message, Starfishy, that one right there. /W, then my in-game name, which is Zenosfire, same as the stream name. And then to send the link, I will show you in just a moment here. Come on, let me out. Thank you. You open up the private message to me following those instructions, you go to upgrade, and then up here in the top right hand corner, there's a link config in chat. Iron, congratulations Iron, you've won yourself a max rank longbow sharp shot. I will get you sent, I assume you're offline, so we'll get that to you another time. Nope, you're online? Okay, I'll go shoot you an invite once we're done here.
You are here on a capture mission.
A Capitor. I love capitoring. Yeah, no worries. Do it up. I'll be streaming until about 6 today, so as long as you get it to me before 5, there's a very high chance that I will be taking a look at it. For acid shells, the toxic thing depends on what you pair with it. Yeah, if you're going into Araxia, that's a different case. But if you're talking about just the weapon on its own, that's obviously something different. So it purely depends on what you're going for there. They added a new Phasmo map. Wait, Phasmo's still getting updated? That's honestly probably a bigger surprise than it should be for me. Am I on PC? Yep. Yep. You have barely enough credits? Well, that's good that you got enough credits then. Barely enough is good enough. Nothing here. MV Kankai, or probably mispronounced that, but thanks very much for the follow. Apologies for the dyslexia. You like heavy-hitting weapons, like machine guns, like the Rakarn effects? Boltor, Soma, Trumna. All those are good ones. I got builds for all of them. You just need to type exclamation point, then the name of the weapon, and the bot will summon those up. Is PC crossplay? Yep. All consoles, everything is crossplay, as long as you've activated on your account. Yeah, I do love the Ricard effects. It's a fun weapon. I love to pull it out every once in a while and just light people on fire. It's great times. Strangely gets access from Archon shards with weird interaction with certain things. Oh, that's odd. Warframe and weird interactions. Name a more iconic duo. Send invite? Well, I'm currently full up on a squad at the moment. And I'm doing my weeklies, so when we're doing stuff, and that's group play, I will let you know. Sonora Prime? You know what? I haven't really messed with the Sonora Prime in years. Should probably go relook at that thing. Oh, no, nothing down here. That's for good. I think there's still one more. What's my MR? I'm loser rank 5. Or loser rank 4. Alright, everybody, you know the deal. We gotta run ads once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to split community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. And we'll be running a giveaway after this ad break, so sit tight. Ow. Oh yeah, we hit 50k subs on YouTube over the weekend. How freaking nuts is that? From last year, when I thought that I was going to be quitting my whole stream dream, to 50k subs on YouTube, 10k follows on Twitch, 17,000 on Instagram, 37,000 on TikTok. Wild. Got anything special planned? I mean, I am so, have so much work to get done that I probably don't have, I don't really have much capacity to, do anything special planned, but I think maybe we'll do something. I'll poke the community team to see if we can get some cool giveaways, for a special day. A Fallout 3 remaster? Why Fallout? Why? Just make new games, come on. Ugh, just make new games. So I went out for, oh, we've got like a ton of snow here in Toronto recently. Someone had a false start there. So I went out for my walk the other day, and it was hilarious because my judo instincts kicked back in. Slipped and fell, went to post. I'm like, wait a second, don't post. Landed on my elbow. It's like, okay, well, that could have been real bad. The judo instincts after all these years of not doing judo are still there. Why am I so tired? Season changing. What did I spend them on? I spent them just on, oh, you know what? This is always a spot that I like to pop this, because they're sometimes hide them up in there. I spent them on, Voster caches. Oh, stop your yapping. Thank you. See, I knew there was one hiding in here somewhere. Only one having problems staying awake? No, I think it's sort of just a combination between daylight savings time and season changing. I just got sleeps. Big old sleepy. Big schlep time. Also, don't forget, everybody, there's a Tennogen discount happening right now for the 10th anniversary of Tennogen. How freaking cool is that? I saw that and I was like, oh no, poor bank account. You poor soul. I popped my thingy in here. I don't need to look for stuff in here. Candy. Candy. Whee! Are you gonna tell me where the baddie is? That way. Any tips for a newbie Tenno? High range. Zaku is a frame that really, really likes high range. And they're great. On top of that, they're also very good. Thanks for the follow there, Jenga. How you doing? To be really great and also very good? Exactly. There we go. Where's that one? Bye, nerd. You only have the stretch mod? Then yeah, throw on stretch. You'll be able to get other range mods as you play. Like... do I need help with anything? Oh, definitely not. I'm the guy people usually come for help. The only thing I need help with is my sleep schedule. Yeah, don't be too worried. Like, get your other range mods when you can, right? You want to have as much range as you possibly can over time on Zaku. But, like, just throw on whatever range you got. They'll be fun. The more range you have, the better that they get. Because their second ability, the one that grabs guns off of enemies and fires them back at people, scales off of your range stat. So you want to have as much range as you can. Depending on how new you are in the game, I would definitely recommend starting to look at the Corrupted Vault farm. Corrupted Vaults can give you some of the most important endgame mods for Warframe. Things like, why are you at Extract? How many do we have? We only have 2. What are you doing at Extract? Huh? What is this? Depending on, no, I forgot what I was talking about now. No, well. ADHD strikes again. Oh, Corrupted Vaults. Corrupted Vaults are available on Demos. They have some of the best endgame mods in the game called Corrupted mods, which have, like, a big increase to one stat with a negative to another. So you want to be farming those because they are, at the end of the day, incredibly important for your endgame builds. So, you know, you can start farming them now if you want to, but don't worry about it too much. Warframe is, what I always like to say, is a marathon, not a sprint. So take your time, you'll eventually get there. Nope, that's not what I wanted, but thank you. Okay, it's not down that way. I despise disruption sometimes. I despise disruption. Or actually, I despise Jupiter maps. They just caused so many weird things here. Thoughts on Valkyr? Valkyr's incredible. Valkyr is, in my opinion, the best melee frame in the game. When you're looking at sort of everything about a frame, I think that she's certainly the best frame in the game right now for melees. I don't think anybody even comes close to her in functionality and capabilities. Valkyr, if you're looking for my Valkyr build, Valkyr is a full video. How do you get the Power Drift mod? You get it from one of the Lua challenge rooms. Yeah, one of the Lua puzzle rooms. It's not too hard to get, but it's mainly just trying to find the room that causes problems. You're looking for the one that's central. Oh, can I not get to that? Land? Thank you. It's just a crate up here. Alright, I don't think we're finding any more here. Okay, squad, let's extract. Valkyr. And here's that Valkyr video for you. To make your life a little bit easier. Okay, I'm just gonna run to the washroom. I'll be right back in a second. And then we'll keep going here. Was that the last of our... It was. Get on my squad, nerds. And for who asked for my Discord link earlier, here you go. Hey, Fire, how you doing? Welcome in. And here you are as well, Tubes. There you go. Bam, bam. Yeah, don't worry too much about subsuming stuff yet if you're new to the game. It's more of an end game activity and it's end game related thing. You don't need to worry about it. Okay, Iron, you around? More sherry. I'm slender. I'm slender. That's a chance on me. I'm slender. I'm slender. Want more to put you about. I'm slender. Bam, 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 bam. Is there a way to see old Fortuna? Not that I know of. Longbow sharp shot. There you go. Oh, the other thing I want to check for is Nova. Perfect. Okay, type exclamation point join to get in for a Nova Prime blueprint package. This one's to thank Devil Wing for the raid. Anybody is, of course, welcome to join. Just type exclamation point join. It's only in the Twitch chat, so if you're somewhere else, book link in the description. Pop on over to Twitch. There you go, Iron. Enjoy a longbow sharp shot. And you can win on your first message, so do not worry. What do we got? Oh, you know what I need to go see? I need to go check out Teshin and Ironwake. Oh shit. Auslander. Ruamp. How you doing? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Impetus says Peacemaker build. I did that. It's actually quite good. What helmet is best on Nova? In my opinion, it's Pillage, but it's largely up to personal preference. A rifle and a melee. Who has Pillage? That's from Hildren. What's a good subsume over Megs 2? Kind of depends on what kind of mag you're running. Almost completely depends on what kind of mag you're running. Breach Surge goes really hard on her weapon damage increasing if you're playing more for a weapon platform build. You know, you could do another grouping mechanic if you feel like it. I probably wouldn't put it over her 2 personally because I actually really value her 2. It's quite good. And delight all the way through the night. Alright, now we're out of here. I'm not buying a Zara Riven, I don't need any more of those. How's Weeklies going? Just getting started. Just picking up the stuff from the shops. Oh, let's, okay, Mustard, what you got? Wisp Prime. Yes, this skin's on sale for half price right now, too. I might actually pick this one up. It's very pretty because I like the hat. That looks great, Mustard. The only thing I would do is maybe go in on the Cygna's color channel and change it a bit so it's not as dark blue compared to the rest of it being brighter blue. But I don't know if you can do that. Wrathful Demon, what you got? Ooh, that's nice. But I would add a 3rd color in here. Bring up this silver, maybe. Because the black on black, you're losing a lot of details here. So I'd maybe add a 3rd color on here. Because like this triangle here and this triangle here is a little bit of a different color. Hydro, Vasilok. I would put it over her 3. Her crush, to the best of my recollection, gives you back augment, gives you back shields. So I'd put it over her 3 or her 1. Vasilok. Okay, you got influence, you got electricity. So I wouldn't run triple electric mods here. Most people like to run 2, if anything. So I probably wouldn't run 3. I would probably remove this. Unless, of course, you're doing a heavy attack build, then I would remove one of the other ones. Galvanized Reflex, Galvanized Elementalist, and if you're doing a heavy attack build, which I don't know if you are or not. You have this on here, so I don't know if you're doing a heavy attack build. If you are, then you want, like, Galvanized Reflex. You want some crit chance, crit damage. No, you don't want crit chance, crit damage. You want to lean more into the statuses. So you could even get another element on here, too. Elementalist, Reflex. Oh, you have Elementalist. I'm an idiot. Galvanized Reflex if you're doing heavy attack build. Another elements of your choice here as well would do well. Like Gas or Blast with Influence goes pretty hard, actually. Hey, Fearful. Cool fashion. Mirage Prime. All Malevolence. Total Eclipse. Pretty low duration, but that's not a bad thing. You can kind of work around that. High strength, some extra crit chance there. Yeah, not bad. You're going to be a little bit of a glass cannon, so you got to be a little bit careful with your survivability, but as long as you're smart about how you play, you should be fine. Just make sure also that you're snapshotting this extra strength into Eclipse and Nourish, right? You want to pick up an energy orb, cast Hall of Mirrors, pick up an energy orb, cast Nourish, pick up an energy orb, cast that, and just make sure that you're maintaining them properly with the extra strength from energy conversion. Wrathful, congratulations, you've won. What is your in-game name? I will send you an invite and get you your Nova Prime. Should you link? Yeah, link it in-game. Yeah, just link it in-game. Tenet Galaxian, got an update on the Tenet Galaxians working really well as a viral electric. Oh yeah, it's fantastic. Let me finish quick play. No worries, let me know when you're good. I'll shoot you an invite. Atlas Prime for the memes. Orange. Red. Lilith, Lovin. Ooh, the Grax set. Very nice. Not super sold on that, the Signa on here, but the rest of it looks fantastic. But also, that Signa to me is like hit and miss. Alright. I don't know if I would be running this on here with just electric, or just heat. But it's not bad, it's just I like having more elements when I'm running shotgun elementalist. Like, I would go blast. Or like something like that. But honestly, what you have here is very solid. You got lots of status effects for this. You are doubling up on statuses here, which is like not super necessary, but it's fine. Or neutral damage. I don't remember if this thing gets multi-gun co. I don't think it does. Multi-shot's very good there. If you're doing heat, you want viral? Yeah, probably. But they're probably going for that because of Prime Charge Shell. But you could instead go Cryo Rounds Toxin, right? So that would also get you a new Prime mod on here too. My jaw just keeps clicking today. Dual Toxicist. Yeah, no notes. Looks good to me. No notes. Keep in mind that the Incarnate form splitting off bullets, from what I've been testing, it doesn't get the punch through, so just keep that in mind, that this isn't getting a huge amount there. So you could swap this out for, instead, Magnetic Might for more critical damage, and then also plays into Galvanized Shot by giving you another status element. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community. Two sub to Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Cardi, I know you have a sub, so I can take a look at your fashion. Ooh. Ooh. That looks cool. Not super sold on the Signa, though. The rest of it looks fantastic. Gyre. Ooh, I like that, too. Although I think I would probably want these energy channels a little bit brighter if it was me. But also, I like high contrast frames. High contrast colors. This looks nice, though, too. Ooh, very nice. Tentaglaxian. Just running cold on here, not another element. I would probably drop Serration. I would... Well, Photon is, you know, it's such high fire rate and such high damage with the chaining. Hey, Hawk, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate you. With sort of the punch through, the fire rate, and the chains, if you go into something else on here and then just use the native cold that exists on here, you'll be activating Photon Overcharge fairly regularly. Right? So, like, I would go Blast. Oh, you can't do Blast and Cold. I lied. Well, you could do Cold on your, like, companion and activate there. But I super highly value Blast on here. To the point where I would drop Photon Overcharge for Blast. But I'm weird with it. I know. I'm addicted to Blast, and I can't lie. Torrid! Plah! I hate the Torrid. Magazine capacity, Toxin, multi-shot, not bad. Obviously could roll something better. I probably wouldn't run Prime Shred on here. Punch Through, if I remember correctly, doesn't get any extra stats on here. On the Torrid. This is one of the ones where, like, you don't get anything. You only get the fire rate here, so I'd probably say just go for pure fire rate mod instead of this thing. Punch Through does not function on this chain beam like it does other chain beams. You could go Fulmination, which does increase the width of the beam, but to me that's never really been all that useful. But also I don't really like the Torrid, so my opinion on that is very flawed. Wukong, Umbral Intensify, Primal Rage. Okay, so I would probably recommend, if you're running Umbral Intensify, Adaptation, and Defy, I would definitely say swap out Streamline for Umbral Vitality. So that you actually have something for all of that other sources to work with, right? You have very low health and you have very low armor. So I would, or very low health and very low shield. So adaptation and defy don't really have anything to work with. I would switch out streamline. If you're needing energy, then I would look towards getting some energy on your like purple Archon shards, picking up energy orbs or health orbs, turning them into energy, or energizing your arcane slots. Otherwise, you're going in the right direction. I just think that you could probably work a little bit better with Umbral Vitality on here personally. 3 new Warframes are coming. 4 new Warframes are coming. I assume you're talking about the Tactical Potato interview with Reb and Meg. Hey, Grenier. How you doing? Ooh, Sammy. That's cool. Chapody. Chapody. EE Hunter, what you got? Ooh, that's nice. Not bad at all. Not super solid on those shoulders, though. I feel like these shoulders are maybe a little bit misplaced, or maybe it's the legs. I don't know. Something here feels a little bit misplaced. I'm not quite can't put my finger on it. Mesa. So one thing to keep in mind is that while you're in Peacemaker, Peacemaker's a channeled ability, so it has an energy per second, as you can see there, meaning that you don't get energy per second gains back. So this and this are not doing anything for you with this active. If you're doing fleeting expertise for dropping the energy cost here, you'd be better off just running a streamline, because this is negating out the efficiency through the negative duration, because channeled abilities have both its energy drain per second is affected by both duration and efficiency. So fleeting expertise is giving you a net 0 on that. You would actually get more by removing this and just putting on streamline here instead, if you're doing it purely for this. If you're doing it so that the rest of your abilities also have reduced efficiency, then that also helps. Nourish is better than Eclipse, yeah, but some people just don't like Nourish. Bethnic Bloom? I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Impetus gives you more efficiency on top of that, also a bunch more strength, and if you're running, what's it called? What's that? Secondary Encumber? Secondary Encumber will activate Impetus up to its highest, capabilities, which is really, really funny. Oh, Bright Bonnet is what you're talking about. Yeah, Bright Bonnet's a tech that a lot of people are running now because Sabuchi made a short on it, or made a video on it. It's quite good. Yeah, so you're only getting 5 elements out of your whatchamacallit, right? Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're only getting 5 out of Impetus with that build there. Just keep that in mind. Because you aren't getting any other elements on here, right? None of these deal any other damage type, so you're only getting 5 stacks of Impetus. Which if that's okay with you, then just, you know, that's okay with you. Just keep that in mind. Wrathful Demon, are you in-game right now? What is this? Dual Toxicist, Enervate for your crits, critical damage, Anemic Agility, get that maxed out. Although, Anemic Agility does give you minus fire rate, and the pistol mod is, like, only 20%. I forget what it's called for the, fire rate mod. It's only, like, 18% less fire rate, but you also don't get the minus damage, so that's why I personally don't value this one as much on, secondaries. This corrupted mod. But it's 6 of one, half dozen another. Prime target cracker when you can. You could instead switch this out for magnetic might, giving you more critical damage, and then also giving you another element to play with on here. Because you already got a heat mod here, you've already got frostbite here for going into blast. So I would probably go magnetic might here, just for the extra statuses for that. Also more critical damage. Jeez, I'm so sleepy. Just so sleeps. Fenmore level 3? I have no idea what that quest is, so you gotta remind me. Shot you invite, Wrathful. Grab it when you can. Failed to join session. Dalen, Basmu, multi-shot, damage Grenier, critical chance, not bad. It's certainly not really a crit-based weapon, but you could certainly, with this crit damage, crit chance there, get that up there. Go to the Zarman. There's, every once in a while, the Zarman will have a challenge for hunting and finding a Void Angel. And it'll point out the Void Angel as one of the bounties. It'll point out the Void Angel automatically for you, so you just got to, wait, my suggestion would be to just pop into the Zarman, check the bounties in there every once in a while, and see if what you're looking for is there. Also, multi-shot, also just being careful with landing your headshots, right? And don't forget that you don't need to finish the mission. You can just exit the mission once you've gotten the headshots. So just get the headshots, and you can just leave the mission to unlock it. You don't need to finish killing the angel. You don't need to finish the mission. Challenges like that are auto-completed once you're done. GG! Get on my squad. Hi, Max. It's not your dinner time yet, but you're very cute, and I love you a lot. Midnight sun. Dazzy, Meg. Yeah, so I usually throw, if I throw a Helminth onto Meg, I usually put it over the 3 or the 1. Purely personal preference which one you go for. Because if I remember right, Crush with the Fracturing Crush Augment does regenerate your shields. But now I feel like I'm maybe having a stroke on that one. Slash abilities. Thought Crush gave you back shields. Additionally, Meg and her allies recover shields per enemy hit up to a maximum of 75 per enemy, yeah. So Crush itself will give you back shields. You don't necessarily need the 3. So that's why I usually throw it over Pole or the 1. Either direction is fine. I think what you have here is solid. Just depends on what helmet that you want to go for, right? Once you're Aegis, like Aegis plus fast deflection, if you, and Crush for the extra shield regeneration, you should be fine on survivability. And Rolling Guard gives you that emergency, oh crap button. There's nothing here that I would say that you need to change, other than maybe more range. Right? Both for Crush as well for Magnetized. I'm not a big fan of Magnetized, Discharge, personally, but it's, it's 6 of one, half dozen another. But I would definitely say get maybe some more range on here would do you well. Like, I would get rid of Fast Deflection because you just cast Fracturing Crush, right? Archon Stretch for a little bit of extra energy regeneration along with that. You can maybe even go Brief Respite if you really feel like you need it. Probably not, though, because you got Fracture and Crush and Polarize. But I would say probably get some more range on here. Just so that everything can hit a little bit more, Atlas! Pounce! I'm not a big fan of this Ephemera. The rest of this looks good, though. I like the red cutting through on there. Just gives it a little bit of a different highlight and pairs well into that. I would also get the other leg guard on there. Just so it's a little bit more, less asymmetrical. Redacted, this is weird looking, but not in a bad way. Like, you know what I mean? It's odd, but not in a bad way. Visp, very nice. For the Spawn aesthetic, ooh, that's not a bad call. We do like Spawn in this household. The OG Spawn movie, like back from the early 2000s, that was a fantastic movie, even though it was absolutely terrible. Valhalla. I would say maybe less duration and more strength, right? I would probably drop out Augur Mod for more, Augur Message for more strength here. And then I would put Sure-Footed up here, and I would get Adaptation here. Obviously, if you don't have the Exila slot unlocked yet, then Sure-Footed there is fine for now, but then put Adaptation there. Because then that'll play well into all the health that you're getting from all the strength that you have from Reservoirs. So that's what I would recommend, personally. Also, I don't think that you need a flow on Wisp. She's got 300 base, and you're not casting a lot if you're playing this type of Wisp. So, like, you could also drop flow for something if you feel like it. And you're doing a melee build, too. Yeah, I would say you could maybe drop flow. She's got a high enough base energy that you don't necessarily need a lot of energy on her. Personally. What augment should you go for Mesa, then? I'm a huge fan of Mesa's Waltz, personally. Alright, let's go do my calendar. Now that we're done taking a look at people's builds here. No, not Steel Path. We don't need to do this on Steel Path. In the aura? Corrosive Projection, Growing Power, both good choices. Running Fused Reservoir on Wisp? That's personal preference. I don't think the Fused Reservoir is very good. I don't use Fused Reservoir. Because it's just a mod slot that I could be dedicating to something else. And that's kind of the way that I look at it. It's a convenience mod, so it's purely like, is this going to make your play time more enjoyable? Then use it. If it doesn't matter, then I wouldn't use it. I just personally place down 3, like, I'll just, you know, spend the whole 3 seconds spawning 3 different ones. But if you want to be sort of lazier with it, I understand. NRB, welcome back. How you doing? Thanks for the follow. And Ragligi, how you doing? Thanks for the follow as well. There we go. Challenge done. Yeah, sure, I'll take a ribbon, why not? Tentaglaxian build you made with Magnetic and Blast work with new Oberon? Why wouldn't it work with new Oberon? Oberon's basically just an incredibly survivable weapon platform, so of course it would work with him. Sure, why not? Free shields. And let's swap over to Valkyr, because Valkyr just makes these all easy. Rauta. Detron. And the Ridge. And you got the Burst Laser, and Steel Path, and what is it? Just 10 Eximus. We'll go here, because this is easy. Revelations, how's it going? Welcome in. Oh yeah, everybody, don't forget that if you want to support the community and also get yourself a deal on beverages, we have a special bonus right now with Advanced GG where you can get 30% off up until Thursday using my code there. Zenos 30 until the 13th. Alright, let's kill some Eximus. Buffs weapons. It's so much more, I mean, it's not so much that he buffs weapons, it's that he's more to do with high damage output, like high survivability, which allows you to play around weapons much easier. So it's not necessarily that he buffs weapons. He does have a weapon buff from his augment for his first ability, Smite and Fusion, granting a whole bunch of radiation damage to your weapons, which can be nice depending on how you're playing. But he's much more of a weapon platform in the sense that he is just super survivable, so you don't need to worry about your survivability, so you just end up being able to play comfy weapons. Like, play weapon builds very comfortably without much concern. But also, he, because he has some abilities that you could helmet over if you want to, makes it very easy for you to, put a helmet on there to increase weapon platforming even further. My top 5 go-to frames, Neja, because he's my favorite frame and has been for about 6-7 years. Fantastic caster, fantastic weapon platform, does it all, absolutely fantastic. What would be the best melee for Kulivo? Anything that has high critical damage. That's the only thing you really care about. And I will get back to the rest of those points after this ad break, and we're also going to be running a quick giveaway in the Twitch chat. So type !join in the Twitch chat for a Sevagoth Prime set. Anybody is welcome to join. Just type !join to get in for a Sevagoth Prime blueprint package. To thank Miss Me for the raid earlier. And we also got to run a quick ad break here so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a Sherbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Hi, buddy. No, it's not your dinner yet. You silly goose. You silly boy. Other than that, my other favorite melee, other favorite frames would be, Harrow as one of the best weapon platforms in the game is just super comfortable for me to play. I absolutely love playing Harrow. He is one of my favorite frames for a reason. Another one that I really love is Chroma, but he's also just a weapon platform. Noko, because you can, again, kind of play him in any kind of way that you feel like, as well as being a very high damage frame. And can play very well into the hybrid caster playstyle that I really enjoy. And Caliban is another one, because minion builds. I'm a huge fan of minions builds and minion playstyles in any game. So more minions for Zenos, more good. I measure success of Warframes based off of dude per dude. It's an excellent metric. The more dude per dude, the better. Which is the reason why my funny Necros build that has like 22 minions slash companions slash summons is just kind of a fun time. Alright, done that challenge. Hey Kung Bob, how you doing? Sneaky! Thank you so much for the 3 months, tier 1. Super appreciate ya. Yeah, sure, why not, Smendo? Attack row with melee weapons. Thank you very much, Sneaky. Appreciate the heck out of you. What's the current giveaway? It's a Sevagoth Prime set. Do Necros' minions deal more damage with strength? I think so, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Can't just figure out how to play Wisp. Wisp is actually one of the easier frames to build out for. Put as much strength as you can. That's the basics of Wisp build crafting. She's very much just a high strength frame with some pretty decent duration. That's what you're looking for. Throw on as much strength as you can and you're good to go. Yeah, the other thing with Necros' minions is they get I think they get multiplicative damage from Theorem Infection. They get multiplicative damage increases from Theorem Infection, which is really good. So highly recommend. And then also Kamisado on top of that for the extra movement speed for them. And bonus power strength for yourself as well, which you can snapshot. I'll be the limbo build because you got confused. Yeah, my in-game name is in the description of the stream. You feel free to send me anything you'd like to. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. There we go. VIPs do get ads, actually, Iron. Voyage! Congratulations! You've won a Sevagoth Prime set. Sit tight. Once I'm done doing stuff here, I will send you an invite. Sure. Sure. Happy birthday, Quincy. Looking good as always. Kill 500 Scaldras. Easy. To my knowledge, VIPs get ads, but I could be wrong. But I agree, mods shouldn't get ads. In case, you know, mod stuff. Do I have my builds on Overframe? Nope, I got all my builds over on YouTube. Twitch being Twitch. How do you know if an Overframe build is any good? If it's made by Ninjase, it's probably good. It's a pretty good qualifier. Let's just put it this way. Whenever Ninjase makes a video or makes a new build, you'll suddenly notice a lot of YouTubers making that exact same build. It's really weird. It's very odd. There's part of a reason why I don't pay attention to any other creators. Not that I don't want to support my friends, but it's so that I don't get my... I can always make my own builds and stuff. Because you know, it's the reason why I also, when I'm doing build crafting for the first time on a new frame or new weapons, I don't pay attention to anybody. I always make my build sort of on my own and then figure it out from there, just so that I don't ever accidentally copy someone else's. But then again, there's like 4 ways to build Warframes these days, so you end up having similar builds across creators over time. There's not really that huge of build diversity inside of Warframe. Hey Queen, how you been? What if you pay for a turbo and a sub? Then you're just that cooler. I actually don't know if how that would work financially. Busy with work, sadly? No worries. I hope it's been good kind of busy, though. Up, up. This isn't exactly a great spot for me to be trying to do this, but it's better than nothing. Lose your entire weekends for 2 months, they said. Hopefully that promotion at least came with a little bit of pay for you. I had, at one of my previous jobs, the person was like, yeah, so we're gonna give you a promotion. I was like, cool. So what does this promotion come with? Oh, well, it means that you get to like escalate up in the company. It's like, no, 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 you seem to misunderstand my question. What benefits do I get? And the person was just like, well, like, I'm like, okay, so you're trying to just force more responsibilities onto me without paying me more. Is that what you're trying to tell me? And I just looked dead eye in my boss's eye and he's like, yes. And I'm like, okay, I don't want promotion then. You can hand this off to somebody else. And he was just like, oh, and be like, yeah. You seem to misunderstand this part of, I need to be paid. I mean, it's up to you whether or not you want to say. I don't mind. I think that people should be, like, I think that whole mentality of, like, never ask a woman their pay and ask a man, or never ask a woman their age and a man their pay is, like, a really great way for boomers to try to convince people to not talk about their pay. 33K? Heck yeah, queen. Nah, you gotta talk about your pay. I'm of the mentality, this is, as someone with an HR degree, you should absolutely talk about your income to your people. To your people, like your coworkers. Because you need to know what your worth is and what their worth is. The reason why companies try to convince you to not talk about that stuff is purely so that they can try to manipulate your wages and their benefits. There's nothing to do with anything. At least here in Canada, it's illegal to try to dismiss somebody for talking about pay. I don't know, depends on what jurisdiction you're in, but you know. You run your own restaurant? Super happy? Heck yeah! And it's also illegal where you are stateside? Yeah. Different jurisdictions have different rules for that, but like, no, I'm of the mentality that you should be, the only way you can know your worth is through, like, if you're getting paid properly, is through comparison with other people. You need to be able to talk about your pay. Like, it's just to me at least, a non-negotiable thing. It's not illegal. It's not a legal reason to terminate employment, even in at-will states. Yeah, but it's also one of those things where, like, you know, they may try to sneak it inside of your contract and stuff like that. You know. They say that it's, like, not allowed from one reason or another. It's just like, no, just talk about your pay. The only people who don't want you to talk about your pay are the people who are trying to make sure your pay is as low as possible. Promotes us to talk about their pay to keep them honest? Yeah, that's the way it should be. Yeah. You have a at least halfway decent HR department. I am very happy for you. When I was running my own companies and when I was managing companies and so on and so forth, people would be like, oh, they would start to stop talking about their pay when I was around. They'd be like, I don't care. Talk about your pay. I'm not the one who decides your pay. So, like, I don't care. Go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. No, I very much would like you to talk about your pay because you need to know what you're worth. And sadly, a lot of the times you can only know what your quote-unquote worth is to a company is through comparison like that. Eh, chop, 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 chop. Eh, chop, 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 chop. Getting way more money while having the same contract as you. Turns out your boss was giving her extra money because he was into her. Yeah. It's also hard to prove that, you know, from a legal sense that they're doing that. Right? And that's kind of part of the problem when it comes to legalities of all these things is like, they can get away with it. The boss was removed pretty quickly? Good. That's the right answer. That is how that situation should have been dealt with. Drank my water. Okay. Lawrence's. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Oh, I actually killed an acolyte. I'll head out. Always need more. Always need more steel essences. Voyage, are you online right now so I can get you that Sevagoth? Hi, buddy. Almost your dinner time. Almost. You're on? Okay. Let's get you that Sevagoth. Save December friend request? I need to clean out my friends list, so give me a bit. I'm not gonna do that while I'm on. But I'll clean it out later, and then you can send me a friend request probably tomorrow sometime. Can you stay on my friends list? No. Tazzy can't stay on my friends list though. I'm joking. Tazzy immediately getting kicked from my friends list. Also joking. Thank you so much, Tazzy, for the 2 months. Appreciate the heck out of you. There you go. Enjoy your 7 golf. And that was to thank Miss Me for the raid earlier. Illusion. Okay, we're good. Sorry, I was making sure the YouTube was playing well there. Metal Blossom? I have not heard of that. Hoot, I usually take in between doing stuff, so let me get my dailies done here, my weekly calendar done here, and then I'll take a look at people's stuff. So just give me a few minutes here. I like to finish a task, and then we take a look at stuff, and then finish a task, and then take a look at stuff. So let me finish this task, and then I will take a look at your stuff. Patience is required, or else I unleash Beth upon you. Beth is terrifying. Can't confirm. Beth will mess up your day. What's the challenge here? Is it just kill 1,000 enemies? Jeez. Blend! Will it blend? Warframe edition! Just have to kill 1,000 enemies in here. Become Blender. Oh, slams. Sorry, that just tickled me. All I'm doing is tapping space and holding E down to do that, in case you're wondering. That's all that is. Oh, so silly. So silly. Man, I want to play Deadlock so bad. I don't know why. Oh, have you all played Enshrouded before? My friends and I have gotten into Enshrouded. It's kind of fun. If not, it's kind of like if Valheim had like a more structured game. How do Riven dispositions work? Essentially, it's a popularity metric for how popular a weapon is. So when a new weapon comes out, it starts at disposition, the lowest disposition possible. Hey, Uzi. And then over time, depending on the popularity of the weapon, its Riven disposition will be increased. So the more popular it is, the less likely it is to be increased. And it is a multiplier to the Riven stat line. So at lowest disposition, it's 0.55 times whatever stats are on the weapon, and then at highest disposition, it's 1.55 times the stat of the ribbon. So the higher disposition you have, the higher damage you output. Similar to Van Helsing Vampire game, I've never played the Van Helsing Vampire game, so I have no idea. But it's more like Valheim, the Viking type of game. Valheim without mods? I actually like Valheim without mods, but that's because I usually play in a group. Like, me and my brothers will play together. My sort of adopted brothers. And we'll play a lot together. I did not realize there was a hole there. Is it normal that an arcane isn't doing what it's supposed to do? Depends on the arcane, depends on what you're doing, and I would say no, it's not normal if it's not doing the job that it's supposed to. It also depends on what you're looking to do with it. I gotta talk to Barty soon and get the when we're doing the cascade stuff. It's a future Zenos problem. Probably next week, actually. All right, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you're kind of like me and you want to split community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Yeah, level cap void cascade with Saren health tank. Sure, that'll go poorly. It was part of our QGCC stretch goals. It was a goat. But isn't doing that? Bellicose? How much health do you have? Bellicose shows up here. So if you go into solo mode, you might be stuck in mad break, so we'll wait until you're done. Because while the stream is pay to win, I'm not that kind of a jerk. So what you're talking about is Arcane Bellicose. It gives you 6% power strength for every 250 health that you have. So inside of your mission, if you go into solo mode, if you press escape, you can scroll over and you can see them pop up here. You love Hima's new augment? I don't know if we can have Hima's new augment unlocked yet. Rank 25. I don't know if we have enough time to actually unlock it. We do? It's only been like 2 weeks. We have enough time for the Basmu augment, but I don't know if we have enough time for the Hima. At least that's what I thought. Hey Monster, how you doing? Yeah, the Basmu augment, I know that we have enough weeks to unlock that one. However, the Hema augment does look very fun. I agree. I think the Hema augment is better than the Basmu one. Personally. But obviously I don't have either of them yet. But my gut instinct is that the Hema one is better than the Basmu one. B11, how you doing? Is heat or toxin better for the Tenant Spirix? Probably say heat. Been meaning to catch a stream for a while just to get asked if you can make it Basme short with the new augment. Yeah, when I get it. I'll probably be getting it next week sometime. Probably next week. Maybe I'll get it this week. Yeah, we might spend some time today just to finish off some stuff that I was missing last week. Just to get it done. But it just kind of looks like, it's gonna be okay. B11? Bellic? Well, listen, I'm dyslexic. You add random things in your name, you get called random things. I'm assuming it's supposed to be Bellic. My apologies. Just the old dyslexia in my brain is like, hey, I see the word B and I see the number 11. Congratulations, you're B11 now. But welcome on in either way. You got the Biosmill augment this week? Yeah, it should be available now. Finish first EDA for the first time. Heck yeah, name. Congratulations. Hopefully you got the goodies. Misery. Get deleted. I'm kind of at the point where I hope that they add a new version of the steel path. Give me a titanium path, DE. Start the enemies at level 1000. How cool would that be, actually? That'd be super down for that. To get a sister, I usually go with Hydra on Pluto, the capture mission. Did their own version of the Doomslayer? I'm pretty sure that's just called a Warframe. Did I miss the seismograph? Yes, I did. I didn't see the pun, I'm sorry. Was it earth-shattering? All enemies start at 990. Yeah, listen, if we had a mission that actually started enemies at level cap, I would play level cap so much more. Because for me, the big thing with level cap is I don't want to sit in the mission for an hour. Or however long it takes, depending on there. Any tips on how to play Nidus? You need more range than you think. Nidus is a high strength frame, high range frame. You kind of need both of those. Doomslayer armor? I mean, I've seen a few Doomslayer armors with the... I believe it's the Rhino Grax set. I've seen a few people do Doomslayer cosplay with that. Am I done my challenge here yet? Yes. Here's extract. Excuse me, nerds. Excuse me. Excuse me. But I would also be down for more Doomslayer-esque armors and stuff. Oh, I've seen a lot of Doomslayer. Like, Rhino is definitely the one that a lot of people do Doomslayer with. Sorry, give me 1 second here. I just need to check what I said. Okay. Alvin, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Hi, buddy. Okay, I'll be right back in a hot second here, everybody. I'm gonna run an ad break now so that we don't get ads later because I'm not gonna be here because I'm feeding my cat. So sit tight. We'll see you in a second. Come on. Get out of the way. You're gonna get rolled over by the chair, you silly goose. Oh, I know. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Yes, he's having his lunch. He's having his lunch. Spoiled boy gets fed 3 times a day. Alright, let's take a look at your limbo. Okay, so, most people don't run this high of a range on limbo. If they're using Cataclysm. Just kind of depends on how you're wanting to play. Because, Rift Torrent can activate off of Banish, so you can have a little bit more control and not mess up your allies as much by using Cataclysm. But it's 6 of one, half dozen another. Limbo is one of those frames where you gotta know how to play as Limbo, and your squad also needs to know how to play with a Limbo in the squad. So he's a little bit more difficult to play than what most people understand him to play. So just keep in mind that you need to have a little bit of patience and, like, make sure that you're not screwing over your squad by, miscasting your abilities. What you have here is the classic high range build, so you're perfectly fine here. Rift Torrent, of course, will give you a bunch of extra damage based off of, enemies stuck in the Rift Surge, right? So, kind of depends on how you want to be playing. If you want to be playing melee, then what you have here is fine. If you want to, I would probably recommend playing more range, so go, like, ranged weapons on him. I probably wouldn't be running Gladiator Resolve here. If you want to be having health, I would probably say Umbral Intensify, Umbral Vitality for these 2 slots here, because then it'll give you some pretty decent there. But if you're running the Gladiators set for the extra melee crit chance because you're running Fury here, totally understand. What you have here isn't a bad build, however, you are going to be fairly squishy. I would maybe run Rolling Guard here just for extra status immunity and to sort of protect yourself from random damage. And No Baby, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate the heck out of you. So I'd maybe say swap that out for Rolling Guard, but what you have here is very strong. You don't need a ton of strength, although I believe Rift Torrent does scale off of strength, so Molt Augment's not bad. And then, of course, Umbral Intensify for another 14%. You're certainly not going in the wrong way. You just need to make sure that you're working with Rift Torrent properly in order to really boost up your damage, right? So you activate Rift Torrent, Rift Surge. Limbo deals 30% extra damage for each enemy affected by Rift Surge, so you just got to make sure that you're having lots of enemies affected by this, and you should be good. Also, don't forget, everybody, if you use the code Zenos30 at Advanced GG from now until Thursday, you get 30% off. Building Noko, any tips? Press exclamation Noko and you'll see my 7 different builds. Whose Varuna is this? Georgia. Warcry over the 4. Nice. Alright, so here's one thing that I would recommend. I wouldn't run Steel Fiber here. If you're wanting to be running... Okay, so here's the problem, right? If you're doing purple shards, you need to have 400... You need to have 500 energy before you leave the arsenal for the purple shards to be active in mission. They are not reactive to increases. So Warcry's increase to your armor is not going to get you above 500 energy. You may be better off just running a... Oh, this isn't showing your max energy with battery here. This is not showing it because you have prime flow. So what I would say is yeah, 20 stream streak, whee! How you doing, Rogue? The only thing that really matters here is to make sure that your energy is above 500, right? I would also say get a rolling guard on here for more survivability for the emergency, right? Because you're generally speaking playing around your invisibility for your survivability on Varuna. So as long as you have over 500 energy before you leave your arsenal, you'll activate the purple shards double melee critical damage. That's where most people go. I would probably not run precision intensify. I would run regular intensify because the extra strength for her other abilities is appreciated. It's not necessary, but it is nice. And sure, having the more strength here is also not too bad. Build assist? Yeah, if you want to. Send it on over. There's my in-game name right there. Umbral Fiber Vit, get over 500? Yeah, but we don't have Umbral Fiber and Vit here, right? So just make sure that you have above the strength necessary and you should be fine. Equilibrium's great because this is your energy capacity, right? Like as Hunt just makes it so health orbs drop so you get equilibrium. You can of course run purple shards if you want to instead of modding here. But I would say probably some more strength would do you well here and maybe a rolling guard. Otherwise, I do like Warcry here. I'm a big fan of Warcry, just in general. You probably don't need Guardian though. I'd probably swap this out for some kind of either Molt Augmented or some Molt Augmented or another melee increasing damage, Fury, Strike, etc. Okina, swap Fiber for Adaptation? Yeah, either Adaptation or Rolling Guard. Either one. If you go Fiber, if you go Adaptation, then I would say, like, make sure you get some health on there so that your Adaptation has something to work with. I'm not a big fan of Sacrificial Steel on here. I like Galvanized Steel better, but honestly, it's fine either direction. Slash range melee damage. Ooh, not bad. Not bad at all. The slash doesn't really matter. The extra range is nice, and the melee damage is nice. The minus status duration's really rough, unfortunately. Meaning that, like, your heat proc is being applied even and then immediately disappearing before it can apply damage. So just keep that in mind, that this is maybe not a great Riven. You might want to keep rolling so that you don't have the minus status duration there. More attack speed there, heat, Elementalist, just for the heat with exposure. I'd probably drop Gladiator Might for something else, though. Yeah, I would say this could probably keep being rolled here. Uzi, Volt Prime. Thermal Sunder, Thermal Transfer, Shock Trooper, Capacitance. Okay, so you're running a little bit of a weird hybrid build here. I don't know if I would go into Capacitance with this low of range, though. You're not going to be hitting much. You're not going to be regenerating much shields. So that's my only comment here, is I would maybe lean into shield gating with Aegis shenanigans. And, like, go Dreamer's Bond. Go Brief Respite and, like, an Augur mod here. And do shield gating with either Shock Trooper or Thermal Sunder. It's probably where I would go. Synax. Blast Spyrex with Zada's Whisper would be good. Yeah, Blast plus Zada's Whisper equals ha 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 hee hee damage. Feel like your Umbra's a little bit too swishy to be able to get to ETA. If you type ! Excalibur, you see my build. That's how I managed to survive all Steel Path stuff. And, like, above Steel Path. Don't forget that Umbra's first ability makes him invincible to damage, so it really gives him some significant extra survivability there. For your Stynex here, I think that this isn't a great choice of a helmet because you have Truculence and Intrepid Stand. I don't know if I would be running weird sides here personally. I would probably be going for some other weapon damage increasing because Arcane Truculence pumps out 10 viral stacks every time it activates in 30-meter range, and with Intrepid Stand and the way that it generates your overguard, you're going to be constantly generating, right? You're going to be constantly activating this. So I would probably say you don't need weird sides on here personally. Your other Stynex, yeah, I like this one a little bit better. For Tempest Barrage, more viral spread, and then you can go into Aegis here for shield generation. I like this a little bit better here. Do I have Dante build? Yep. Take exclamation point Dante. I could say you could probably do with some more duration on here. I wouldn't be running adaptation. Right? You got Intrepid Stand. This is your survivability. Adaptation doesn't work on Overguard. You could go Rolling Guard here instead for the emergency, oh crap, to reactivate your Overguard. But I probably wouldn't be running adaptation here. Mesa, Aegis, Rage. Primary weapons? Oh, you helmethed over her 1. Okay, or her 4. Interesting. High range for maxing out, marked for death, high duration. I would probably drop some duration. If this is at the 150%, which I think you need 200 strength in order to get to the 150%. So I would look at maybe dropping... I would say you don't need this much duration on here. I would probably drop narrow-minded for a strength mod. Explain build. So you're marked for deathing with ballistic battery. Right? You mark someone for death with ballistic batteries, you know, big damage. Shoot the thing that's marked for death. Causes large amounts of AoE damage. Is the idea behind it, I assume. It's your only friend's B-Day today. He's the one who got you into Warframe? Heck yeah, happy birthday to your friend. Heck yeah. That's kind of the idea. I assume is the idea. You do ballistic battery to get your shot up. Marked for death an enemy. Ballistic battery that enemy. Is I assume the idea there. Does Lich Hunting have a pity system where if you get them and finish the mission, the weapon you skipped cross over the list? Yes, but you must finish the mission. You leave them on the ground and you finish the mission. So like when you walk up to the enemy and they have their little icon above their head saying what weapon it is, if it's not a weapon you want, you need to finish the mission. And then that weapon will get put at the bottom of the list. And it'll keep cycling up. See if you're home. Well, I hope that you have a wonderful time with your friend, Rogue. And don't lie. He's not your only friend. You're my friend too. And you're friends with everybody here. We got lots of friends. Trucker! Multi-shot, crit chance, weapon recoil. It's not bad. Frostbite for more crit damage and multi-shot. Aptitude chamber, corrosive cold. Yeah, looks good. Just kind of depends on what your progenitor element is here. Otherwise, looks nice. Mesa fashion. Ooh, that's cool looking. Dubious, how you doing? Welcome in. I'm not sold on the cape color. That's the only thing here, Uzi. And I would say maybe bring this black up like a few shades so it's a little bit more of a gray, maybe. NPC, Frost. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. Nidus. Ooh, I really like that. I have never seen this Tenogen skin before. That's a really cool looking Tenogen for Nidus. I like that. That's a very cool looking Nidus. Paul Nova. Roar over the 3. Okay. There's one change I would make, and that's Archon Vitality. The reason why is applying 2 heat stacks will do really, really nicely with here, Archon Vitality. I would actually remove Equilibrium or Augur Secrets, run a purple shard if you don't want to go that route, or of course, Augur Secrets, just swap it out. You could also slot in an Archon Stretch to be able to get more energy per second gains if you feel like it, if you feel like you need the extra energy. But I find that the passive with Molecular Prime should be enough energy generation for you. Returning player after not playing for a long time, so just watching, trying to learn a little bit. Well, welcome on in, settle on in. If you need any help, just feel free to ask. That's a video there from our good friend of the stream, iFlynn, who's made a great returning player guide a few months back, so I'd definitely recommend checking that out when you get the chance. But I would say Archon Vitality on here would do really well. And the other side of that reason is because Roar double dips on dots. So it increases the damage when it applies the heat stack, and it also increases the damage when it first ticks. So Roar is a little bit of a weird thing in this way. So that's why having 2 heat stacks per neutron star is significantly going to increase your damage than not having it, right? Especially with roar, and especially with such high strength on your roar here. And you also have molecular fusion and growing power or not molecular fusion, but sorry, multi-augments and growing power. All right, Hawk, you take care. Thanks so much for dropping the sub, and hope you have yourself a wonderful day. Appreciate you. But yeah, maybe you could drop Augur Secrets here for Archon Vitality. I really highly value Archon Vitality, especially with Neutron Star. But it's 6 of one, half dozen another, right? Prime, what you got? Scalumbra? Okay, nothing wrong here. Fairly low duration, but it's not that big of a deal. The only thing I would say that's concerning here is that you have no energy generation, but as long as you have energy generation in your, like, shards, you should be fine. Make sure that you use Slash Dash as an emergency survivability mechanic because it makes you invincible during its, dashing. So just make sure you have this, you know, you cast this as necessary. That's the only big recommendation I have for you here. I actually don't run triple Umbras on mine. I only run double Umbras, but if you want to see my Excalibur build, you can type !Excalibur. With energy and blue shard with shields. Yeah, I don't know if I would go into shields, personally. I would probably say no duration means it drains velocity. Yeah, but you just, as long as you have a, you know, energy generation from somewhere else, right? This is going to have a fairly high energy drain per second, probably about 5 seconds or more per second. 5 energy or more per second. So just make sure you have some form of energy generation somewhere else. Like that blue shard for shields, I would switch out to a violet shard for turning health orbs into energy. Is probably what I'll go for. Your Garuda fashion, that is a very busy fashion, but not in a bad way. I think the only thing I would say is maybe don't go with these shoulders to decrease the busyness, but that's a personal preference thing. And if you like the way that it looks, then you like the way that it looks. Honk. Frost Prime. Ooh. I would say try to get like some more contrast here between the colors, maybe. Although I do kind of like the pure white aesthetic with the blue cutting through. I'm not super sold on this brown color, the tan there. But that's a personal thing, so if you like it, ignore me. Oberon Prime. High range, high strength, OB. Universal Fallout, battery, intensify. Nothing to say here. I would say that you probably don't need Augur Message here. But if you like having that extra duration just so that you don't have to recast Hallowed Ground as frequently, I'd totally get it. And also, Reckoning's armor buff. But I'd probably say you don't need that. Falcor better than the Zorus? I don't use Glaives, but from what I know that the Zorus is better than the Falcor. But I don't use Glaives at all. Send Monkifics in chat, it would include what Archon Shards? Yeah, that's another thing that I wish that would include. They could just add a little thing here. Or like up here, or up here. Just a little something here for Archon Shards. Okay, no Helmet, Transient Fortitude, Overextended, Rubble Heap. Yeah, this is one of his best augments in the game. High range, very good choice, because high range increases the AoE of Landslide now. And then also will allow Petrify to activate faster, so that you get the Rubble Heap going a little bit faster to give you that invincibility, because you're invincible while you're landsliding, and then you never have to worry about energy, because you got this. You have enough energy in order to activate Purple Shard, so good. I would say Umbral Intensify instead of regular Intensify. And going high range here is pretty good, yeah. Yeah, I would say you don't need both Flow and Battery, though. I would probably drop Battery for something else, more strength. I would drop Battery, like, because this is getting you above the 500 necessary there. I would probably switch out Battery for Multi-Augmented, just for more power strength. You reckon the differing opinions more about preference than objective performance? Yeah, that's basically what my understanding of it is, too. Bumble Beauty, welcome in, thanks for the follow. Yes. Either Condition Overload or Prime Pressure Point, Organ Shatter, yeah. You're running Exposure here for more damage, plus the Viral. So remember that this thing has very low status chance, so like maybe you don't want to be running Weeping Wounds. It's 6 of one, half dozen of another. Totally personal preference. This does get you up to like a pretty decent sizing, pretty decent amount of stats there. But yeah, if you're running a status priming companion, I would say switch out prime pressure point or pressure point for condition overload. And I would say you probably don't need gladiator might here personally. But if you're doing it for the extra crit multiplier as well as the critical damage, I get it. That skin sure is nice. I know, I love Val. She's so good looking. Helmet Umbra's 3 for Kulovo's skill. Yes. So one thing that I recommend, and when you watch my video, my Excalibur video, I explain it. One of the big things with Excalibur is when you do a slide melee, you'll actually cast his 2, even if you helmet over his 2. So it's a fantastic way for you to be able to get 5 abilities on a frame if you want to be using his 2. And then that gives you the opportunity to lean into the augment for his 3rd, which is like a pretty huge damage increasing capabilities there. What you just switch out for Weeping Wounds? I think Weeping Wounds is fine there, but it's like kind of where you feel like going with it. Mesa, Protea, Loki, Nadaruk, Nunchucks. What's my Valk build? It's right here for you. Right there for you. Sense. Slide blind doesn't, but if you don't care about that, yeah, exactly. I don't care about it because I just let the, 40-meter wave damage go out from the blades, and, I don't find many people doing the sneak blind build very often. Can you join for ETA? I suppose. I gotta decide what I'm doing with my ETA. Powerless. Puncture. Pickups don't heal, and health orbs can't be picked up. Well, that's unfortunate. Shields recharge delay by 500%. I'm feeling Protea. I'm feeling Protea here. And I'm feeling Protea with my Nadaruk and my Nin Kondi and my Bronco. Oh, that's not the Nadaruk. That's the Cernos. Alright. Alright. Let's put on the Proboscis. Oh, the Proboscis Cernos doesn't count? Ooh. Alright. Does the Mutilus Cernos count? The Mutilus Cernos doesn't count. Interesting. So Cernos Prime it is. Is it true that they'll be changing up the requirements for Steel Path? I haven't heard anything about that. Sophia, yeah, for you. Absolutely. Erzman. Sophia. Sophia, what account? Baby? Baby. Arcane Commissado on Atlas is worth it? No, not in my opinion. While you can do it. What giveaway was it? Cool one. Was it the 75 personal platinum from Friday's stream? That won't be going out until probably tomorrow. Yeah, that's tomorrow. I submitted those stuff on the weekend, and they go out a few days later. So probably in the next few days for you. When exactly? I don't know. But in the next few days. There's another one that gives you Peely Picks, right? This one gives you an extra Peely Picks. This one gives you an extra Peely Picks. Isn't there another one that gives you this one? Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, on the assassination, maybe less fine, actually. Let's move that one to this one, and move this one to this one. Yes. Okay, we got room for one more. Yeah, View Voyage? Sure. No, there's 3. There's Optimism, Sisu, Pizza. It was the Optimism one that was missing there. Stalta? Yeah, Stalta's very good. I kind of feel like I should play Loki. What do you have? Enemy health slowly regenerates. Tech Rod, attempt to melee and attack Hell Scrubbers. The face off. Ugh. Oh, make sure you got a good arc weapon equipped here, squad. The Legasite Harvest requires arc weapon. So make sure you got a good arc weapon equipped. My Larkspur. Yeah, my Larkspur. Yeah, you can send me your loadouts. I'll take a look at them when I'm done doing ETA here.
Make sure we get a gold star on each one.
My in-game name is in the description of the stream. Should you have gone for the Kuva Core or any other weapon? I mean, the Kuva Core is the best Kuva weapon in my opinion. It's outrageously good, but it's kind of up to you. Doesn't really matter, right? You can farm them at will. Go with whatever one makes the most sense. Okay, squad, I'm just gonna run to the washroom here real quick, and we're gonna run a quick ad break. So get ready for your ETA. I'll be right back. Misclick, Sophia. It's okay, we'll just restart. All good. I have no idea how well I'm going to be doing here, just a heads up, squad. I've got no idea. What's the assassination?
Okay, get your loadout ready because once you're locked in, I cannot pull you out without the whole run going to hell.
Okay, quit your yapping. Let me read the text. All enemies have overguard. Thermian RPGs can only damage the tank. Okay. Oh no! That's okay. I need to switch out my character, my companion. Let's do super. Yeah. Man, I am so tired. I should go get some advanced GG. Yo, Campin, how you doing? Tribal Phoenix, how you doing? Whee! Remember on the second mission, it's heavy weapons, squad.
These hell scrubbers have been marinating.
The grind for the tequila for the second Eidolon is not dropped for the last 40. Oh no. Yeah, that type of a grind is always a little bit of a thing. Nah, it was a mistimed broadcast, but whatevs. We'll manage. This isn't. What was this? Okay, nothing I really care about. There we go. Baddies! Go, turrets! Yep, you can only damage the tank with the big rockets. And you need, in the second mission, you need to pull out your arc weapon. Which, since I'm playing Tortilla, makes my life a lot easier. In fact, I may just pull out my arc weapon here. Oh, Larkspur. Good old Larkspur, baby! Larkspur gaming! Yo, Barty. Yo, when next week do you want to help baby Zenos do, level cap shenanigans? We're gonna commit to the bit. Got a video on Larkspur? Yeah, just a few days ago. Ah! Help! Is Roar good for Tortilla? Yes. Because Roar affects her abilities. Oh, it put it on cooldown because I went down. Damn it. What does this thing do again? Guess it's gonna be a home early today. Is it finally my dad back from the smokes? For decos, there's like one channel that does a lot of stuff with decorations. I just can't remember their name. Architects Anonymous, I think. They do a lot of showcasing of people's fashion stuff. Oh, that's right. This thing does the bouncing, right? Yeah, it does the bouncing. Twitch, give me 2K streaming so that my bitrate's not trash. Please. Oh, we got a... Oh, I thought we had a Hildren. I got really excited. Campin' Carl, thank you so much for the Prime Game sub. My main mod who likes doing fashion stuff isn't here right now. As in, like, she's the one who mainly loves doing the decorating stuff. But Carl, if you're in our Discord, we do have a pretty sizable community who likes doing the decoration stuff. And they may be able to give you a little bit better advice than what I can give you for creator suggestions. for that side of stuff. But obviously I can't get you link while I'm in mission here. A link to our Discord. Oh, the cold status effects is slowing me down. So just remind me when I get done here, Carl. I will forget. I have ADHD. But I will be happy to get you a Discord link as soon as I'm done here. First 20 runs of Disruption? Heck yeah, I love Disruption. I gotta play more Disruption. When Omnia Disruption mission, DE? The Larkspur's just so good now. Oh, it's just so good. Have I gotten all the Peely picks? Nah, not yet. I'm still missing a few of them. Still missing a few. Slowly getting them all. But ever since I got all the Arcanes, I also haven't been going for max rank every week. So I've been kind of just passively getting them. I could be getting it a little bit faster, but I've been kind of lazy. Because to me, it's not like a super necessary high, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Saturday. Probably looking at Saturday. Or, Wednesday. I'll shoot you a PM on Discord. We'll figure it out from there. Thanks, homie. Oh, Babu. Babu, no! Only 30 more seconds of this bitrate crushing mission. Melt. Gyre and the Code of Basilisk? Yeah, Gyre is just a fantastic weapon platform. I love the Code of Basilisk too. It's a good weapon. It's good times. The cold. Oh, it's so cold. I'm so cold.
Always better than nothing. What's next?
Good thing I didn't take the cold on the tank boss or the other one. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Come through. Leave. 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 The cold effects sometimes can mess with you. Anyway. This young man dies Hey, winner! Finally got the Cooper Grappler. Congratulations! Ooh, Universal Fallout. Ooh, and Hot Shot. Lucky us. Watch us get blue shards. I mean, we did just get a Universal Fallout and a whatchamacallit. Don't forget, everybody, this is the heavy weapon mission. So make sure you're pulling out your heavy weapon here. I brought a Protea, so it'll be nice and easy. Off you go, kitty. Off you go, kitty. Thank you. Still need a hot shot? I could nepotism you a hot shot. The Iflin curse is really real. It's true. Oh, does it reset? Oh, no, it doesn't. On the Onos, I haven't messed around with it a whole lot, but I do know that it's got some really fun tech to it. It's face-off penalties? Oh, I'm well aware. I hate the face-off penalties more than anything. This is the one that really annoys me. Out of all the challenges, it's this one here. Also, having the arc weapon be the one for this is very frustrating because you have to resummon it every time. Okay. Ow! Right? Help. Thank you. Shield gating? What's that? The game says disappointingly at you. Okay, I know it's in there somewhere. There it is. Nope, come here. Hello? Oh, you're not letting me... Ah, there we go. Did you know that you have to push the right button for the button to work? Who'd have thunk? How do we need to kill 3 here? Off you go, kitty! Yeah, that's because the 4 makes me have motion sickness, so I just don't use it. Come on! Oh my gosh, cats. Why couldn't they code this not as a cat? Just sit down and relax, okay, cat? You're fine. Come on. There you go. Yeah, I just get a little bit of motion sickness from her force, so I just don't use it. It's not that it's not a bad ability. Again, you're just breaking through my shield gate. I have a 5-second shield. Oh, maybe it's this toxin damage. It's probably just dying to toxin. Or maybe I'm just not paying attention, which is also a valid problem that I do have. Attention span is the leading cause of death in Tenno, after all. Longer cooldowns. I love that. Oh, and we can't pick up any energy orbs. I love that too. Thanks, Face Off. All right, no enemy spawning. Anonymous. How you doing, Lookman? Shredded my shields. Where'd you run off to, friendo? Oh, you're super fast. Interesting. Calamos.
They are.
Calamos. Here you go, KT. Off you go. Ooh, thanks, Calamos. You didn't move too far this time. Thank you. Good, Katie. Amelia also voices the Legacite. It is kind of funny. If you watch my video on Ureli, Stinka, it's I go over some good weapon options there as well. And if you give me a minute here, once I'm done here, I can get you a link for it. Go, Larkspur, go! Oh, I should have let that drain. Actually, I don't think I have that odd here. That mod on here. Deadly efficiency or whatever it's called. Are you the real one? You are the real one. Oh, I just put that on cooldown. Good job, me. Back off! Stop running! Come back! Gonna try to fire with Kuva Zar. Any recommendations? The Kuva Zar is fantastic. Most people play it for the AoE side of things, not the shotgun side. So I would definitely say lean more into that. Keep in mind that AoE weapons like that have very low ammo supplies, so you do need to mod with that in mind. And usually that's solved just through like a vigilante supplies or sniper ammo mutation or whatever ammo mutation can be put on the Zar. I forget which one. There's my videos going over, my Ureli content. Hey, look, another hot shot. Let's get that. Let's get this. Get some energy. Cast the roar. Cast through this. Cast through this. Get my energy up. Bad guys, where are you gonna be? Monkey, come and fight me, please, now. Anyone got a cell phone? There we go. So free. One more second. Alright, douche, we'll figure it out later. Why aren't I just using my Larkspur? Oh, because I just put it on cooldown by picking up something. That's why. Pew pew pew! Pew! Cell phone? There we go. Call down more fools. Come on down to Funkatown. I swear we aren't gonna kill you. I swear. Look. This'll... Ah, very good. Do not steal my missile from me. Fire the missiles! Oh, that car just exploded on my face. Root. Come on down! So if you're looking for ammo supply things, the carrier actually has a precept ammo case, which helps you out with your ammo supply. Otherwise, just a companion that has fetch on it or vacuum is what you're looking for, right? But I would say you probably want to be looking, if you're looking for specifically ammo, helping to solve ammo concerns, carrier is your best bet. I do not have, before you ask, I do not have a short on the carrier. Alright, Rocket Lloyds. Come on down. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you're kind of like me and you want some of the community. Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Ooh, I might be dead. Am I dead? Oh, we're good. Alright. Ah, that's right. It's fire rockets. Goes into weak point phase. I totally forgot how to play for a second there. There we go.
I'm picking up some strange readings. Just
Hello? Shields? Thank you. Ooh, what's happened to all my frames? Okay, frame rates. What's going on here? Come on, game. Take the instructions. There we go. We're good. How you doing today? Yep, my frames are disappearing on me. How you doing, Brigham? Welcome back. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. How was your stream? What'd you get up to today? What kind of fun art stuff did you get to today? Yeah, it's just on this map, on this one, it's a little bit rough today. Finished WFCC charity commission, only have one more to go. Heck yeah! Alright. Don't really know if I was hitting anything there, but maybe. Ugh! Come on, shields. Go on the ground there. Okay, somehow missed that one. Nice. Ooh, lordy. Ooh, I'm almost dead. The no regenerating from health orbs is minorly problematic. Just a tad. Nope. Yep. Thank you. There we go. Now we're clear. We're good.
Whoa.
All right, let's get out of the squad, GG. Well done.
Whatever you did, it set all the timeline right down. But why?
First time face-off modifiers in TA, was not prepared for it. Yeah, they are, to me, the worst modifier to have in ETA. They're just the one thing that always gets me. Now, of course, what we like to do around here is anytime that we get raided, we like to do a little giveaway. So to thank Brigand for the raid, we'll do a giveaway once we're done here. So sit on tight. GG! Yeah, all the extra variations that it gives you. Oh, look, a Tau Forge Blue! Whee! We love Tau Forge Blue. We love it. Give? I wish I could. I would give away my blues immediately if I had the ability to. Didn't have any leg issues on the main account? Yeah, something was super weird there. That was a little odd. There was something happening there. But we did get an orange. Well, I only got one in there. Yes, I will get you the Discord in one hot second. Allow me to get that for you. There you go. And for anybody over here, there you go. 3 shards the same type to get one of the regular shards? Yeah, that'd be nice. Or like some form of recycling system. Ooh, didn't have those 4 even. Delicious. Ooh, yay. Yay, we finished off one. And we got some more of the others that we needed. Very good. Slowly but surely getting those finished off. One of your Oberon invigorations is Oberon with 250% secondary damage. What the frig? That's just so much. So much. I'll never say no to more damage, though. Alright. I got you the Discord. If I promised you something and said, remind me later because I have ADHD, just remind me now. This is the time. Fragor Prime. Okay, so you're doing the slam build. There's a slam mod that you should throw on here. In this last slot. Condition Overload's great if you have a status priming companion. If you don't have a status priming companion, it's got such low status chance, I probably wouldn't run Condition Overload unless you have a status priming companion. I'd also say that you could probably drop Organ Shatter or Gladiator Might for an element. You could go Influence Slam shenanigans. And then there is a Slam mod that increases your Slam damage. Because assuming that you're using the tech for Seismic Wave. I assume you're using the tech because you have Galvanized Reflex and Fragor's very large slam radius. So I assume what you're going for here. Because that's what most people like to do for here. But it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen another. I think you're going the right direction with the build, though. Sensational S, what you got? You also build for crit and range. Cool, let's take a look. Keratonos, initial combo, and critical chance. Nice, not bad at all. The critical chance is nice. The initial combo, if you're not going into a crit-based build, I would probably say you don't need it. I would also say that you're probably going too heavy into range here. Because you have an 80% fall off. You could probably drop Spring-Loaded Blade for something else. I would probably say another element of your choice. If you have a status priming companion, I would probably go Condition Overload, but Prime Pressure Point is perfectly fine if you don't. Let's see what your crits are sitting at. You should be in the nice crit range for Melee Duplicate. Times 4.4 plus 47. Your perfect range for Melee Duplicate, actually. So Gladiator Might, I would probably not run here because without Gladiator Might and with what you have here currently, you're just over 100% crit chance with Blood Rush fully maxed, meaning that you can maximize Melee Duplicate. Once you get it max rank, it's 100% chance. Base critical hits means yellow crits. So you are at the perfect crit chance with these. So I would probably not run Gladiator Might here. You get some other elements on here. You could get some attack speed on here would do you really well. And that's probably what I would recommend for these last 2 slots here. If you do want to go for the extra range, that's perfectly fair. I get it. But you do have 80% follow through, so you aren't going to be getting a huge amount out of that range. Or, well, actually, 80% follow through is pretty reasonable. So going higher range on here is not bad. But I would say you could probably drop Spring-Loaded Blade. But yeah, that's my opinion. Certainly going the right direction. I love Melee Duplicate. When it works so well. I'm a big fan of it. Obi? Phoenix Renewal. Interesting. I'm game. I would probably get a little bit more strength on here. Whose is this? Rainy. I would probably get a little bit more strength on here so that you have 100% armor strip out of Reckoning, and then Renewal will be giving you full armor for you and your allies. I think you need like 200 something strength in order for Oberon's abilities to be at maximum. So I would probably drop armored agility for some more strength on here personally. 215? Yeah, I knew it was 200 something, but I just couldn't remember the exact number. So like you could just throw on a blind rage here, right? And then that would get you up there. Just a blind rage even. And that's all you need. Archon Intensify though does give you some more strength, so you could even go into Transient Fortitude if you feel like it. I'd probably keep in mind that you're running very high efficiency here. Right? So if you go into Transient Fortitude, the 90 here, right? It does overflow and give you more efficiency for channeled abilities. So this is not terrible here. And if you run Transient Fortitude to get your power strength up a little bit more with Growing Power here. Because what? Transient Fortitude is 55, Growing Power is 25, so there's another 70 there, so that's 200. Almost gets you enough. Throw on a Strength Shard, and you're golden. The other thing I would probably say is maybe look at... we got Battery here. Maybe instead of Guardian, look at Universal Fallout for your survivability, right? Because with that high of strength and with this good range, like that high of strength plus Reckoning plus Renewal, you'll have more than enough energy with Battery once you get Battery maxed. Is there any way to increase follow-through damage? No. There is no way to increase follow-through damage. It's sort of the leveling factor for melee weapons. And that, actually, you're at, like, if you just throw on Transient Fortitude, you'd be at enough strength between Archon Intensify, but then Archon Intensify is not going to be activating very often if you run Universal Fallout. So just keep that in mind. You'll have to find a nice balance there if you want to go something like this. But definitely get that max ranked. right? Arcane Battery is also, if I remember correctly, a rep item, so you can get it pretty easily. Right? Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's welcome to toss builds at me. I'll take a look at them whenever I get the chance to. Where the hell does Arcane Battery come from these days? Oh, it's Ascension. Yeah. Also, Vor on Mercury drops it now on the Steel Path as well. So there's another option for you. But definitely get battery maxed out when you can. Definitely, definitely. Toss a build to your streamer. You know the deal, Erzman, if we got room. Absolutely, but you were just with us with the ETA, so we always give priority to new peeps. Can you have a clan invite? I suppose. Brobron Prime. 3 red, 2 yellow cast speed. Nice. No Helminth, Triple Umbra, Phoenix Renewal for squad support and survivability, Universal Fallout, Energize. I would probably say instead of Energize, I would run a regular stretch, right? Because if you're running Renewal, you don't gain energy per second from this, right? So, and you're running Phoenix Renewal, so assumably you're going to be running Renewal active. You're not getting any energy generation here, so you could just save yourself a little bit of mod capacity there if you feel like it. I would also say you probably want to be getting, maybe instead of Energize, like... What'd you have here? 3 strength shards, I assume. So that's for 45% strength plus 25 here. And your strength values aren't showing properly because they never show this number here. Am I running hotshot on my Protea? No, I'm not. The only thing I would say is maybe get yourself, you're at 222 strength. I would say an Energize... I would say you don't necessarily need Energize here. You could go Battery instead of Energize, and then you go Equilibrium, because this is generating you Universal Orbs and Health Orbs. This is generating Universal Orbs. This is generating Universal Orbs. And then you never have to worry about your energy, right? Running an Equilibrium instead of Flow. And then you can switch out Arcane Energize for Battery. Just sort of a thought. It's much more reliable with Equilibrium with Universal Fallout than Energize ever will be. And that's the reason why I'm saying that. You also don't need Prime Sure-Footed necessarily, because Hallowed Ground gives you immunity to status effects. Knockdowns and all those mechanics are considered status effects. So as long as you're standing on your Hallowed Ground, you're immune to knockdowns and staggers and all that jazz. So that's probably how I would optimize this. Drop this to a regular stretch, drop this to an Equilibrium, drop Energize to a Battery. And then you'd be sitting out some pretty solid things. Knockdown as a status, yeah. That's why you don't, if you don't Helminth over Hallowed Ground, you don't need Prime Sure-Footed. So that's just another area where you could save yourself a little bit of mod capacity. Not like you need any more mod capacity, right? But just sort of an idea for you. I also like running very high range, or very high strength on my Oberons. I always over-strength on my Oberon. Not for any particular reason, I just like it. Varuna, it's a meme build. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Hey, why is Dreamer's Bond here? Put Rush there. You don't need Dreamer's Bond. What are you doing? You can get Armored Agility on here for even more speed. Oberon's been your daily use? Yeah, Oberon was my go-to one for a very long time. You have a different build for your Keratos. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Okay, so you're leaning less into your crit side here, more into your status side. But you got Blood Rush here to help boost up your crits. Galvanized Steel for more critical damage. Melee damage minus crit chance, damage to infested. 6 1/2 dozen another, right? You can keep rolling this and get something a little bit better, but it's not bad. Viral Electrics for influence, and that helps out with your slash damage too. Yeah, the only thing I would say is maybe instead of Virulent Scourge, swap this out to the Prime one just for more damage. It looks good otherwise. You could swap out Amalgam Organ Shatter for Weeping Wounds just to boost up your status chance even more. Right? Because you're getting crit damage from here. Just sort of a thought. It's not necessary. But you could get a little bit more out of there if you feel like it. And then that would also increase the likelihood for Influence to activate and Viral and the Slash and all that, right? Valkyr. No Helminth. Super high duration. I would probably drop your duration here a bit. You don't need that much duration. Especially since you're running Eternal War here, you certainly don't need this much duration. I would drop Narrow-Minded. And then that would give you a little bit more range for Ripline's grouping and Paralysis damage increasing. I probably wouldn't run Narrow-Minded, personally. I will also say you probably don't need Reaper here, right? If your health goes down, you run into your passive where you activate Hysteria, right? But this is a very good... If you're using the Keratos with her, this is actually a very good opportunity for you to Helminth over Hysteria, if you feel like it. And then Reaper would be giving you a little bit more functionality out of it. Because you no longer need to care about your survivability as much with Valkyr, because you don't need her fourth anymore. Because it's attached to her passive now, right? Alrighty. And to thank Brigand for the raid. One moment. To thank Brigand for the raid, type !join to get in for a giveaway for a max rank melee duplicate. Everybody's welcome to join. Keep in mind that you need 2.1 million credits in order to accept the trade. I will hold on to it until you are ready to take it. But we do also have to run a quick ad break here. It is only in Twitch chat, so if you're watching somewhere else, click link, pop over to Twitch. I'm just going to run a quick ad break here so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. All right, Lloyd, what you got for me? Carl! Yo, dude. Thanks for the two months. Tier 1. Appreciate you. Well, I could use my funny melee Titania. I could do the funny melee Titania that I put out a few days ago. That would be fun. Exterminate survival, mirror defense, shield decrease, no operator, activating ability if it's damage, ability duration's reduced. Well, that's all sucky. That's all sucky. Ferox. Could do a Nidus thing, but I don't really feel like doing a Nidus thing. Ooh, Hype Train. Thanks, y'all. Salem Daedric, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Quats! Thanks for the Hype Train, everybody. If you want in for the Hype Train, get yourself a cool little emote. You have Equinox for EDA? Ooh, fun. Give the boy a treat. Okay, Night Owl. I will give the boy a treat. Okay, I shall give the boy some treatums. Hey, buddy. There you go. The boy has been treated. Thank you, Night Owl. Do I want to do the funny melee Titania? Kind of feel like doing the funny melee Titania. It is kind of hilarious. Nah, I'll play the proper Titania. Ferox. Quats. Quats. You redeemed for a second treat? Let's see if the treat was over here. Oh, wow. That's supposed to be on cooldown. Okay, I'll give him another treat. Sidon? Sidon. Dawn? There we go. Let's go those. All right. Okay. Rainy, you said you wanted to join for ETA. Redacted, you said you wanted to join for EDA. Dalen. If any of you want in for the hype train, you can get yourself a fun little cool emote. Either Twitch subs, any Twitch primers, Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime subs, steal money from Jeff Bezos. Oh, Rainy, was that you not saying that you wanted to join for EDA? It was not? No worries, we got room for one. Quats. No, you gotta say quats in a weird way. Yeah, get those bezo bugs. Here, bud. Some more treats. Unlocked thought we were running both? Well, you know what? We will nepo Sophia in here. Sophia does a lot of hard work for us, so we'll nepotism Sophia in for this one. Sorry, Erzman. Nepotism wins today. Blazing Nuggets, thank you so much for your Prime Gaming sub. Phantom Icon, you have won a melee, max rank melee duplicate. Phantom, if you want to let me know what your in-game name is, so once I'm done here, I will send you an invite. Please make sure that you have 2.1 million credits for the trade tax for a legendary arcane. And then we will get you an invite. Phantom underscore icon. Hey Chloe, how you doing today? Great stream, I'm glad you're enjoying it. You're here? Perfect. Let me know what your in-game name is, Phantom Icon, and I will send you an invite once we're done here. If any of you want in for the hype train, Twitch sub, biddies, sound alerts, get yourself a fun little emote. Lex Incarnate or Nucor? I would always go Nucor, but that's because I like the Nucor more. Right, I went no, whatchamacallit. But that's okay, I'm playing Titania, whee! I can't go into Drifter to res you. Right, my duration of my abilities is super reduced. Right. Don't have 2 million yet? No worries, I'll hold on to it for a few days, okay? Go farm the index or something. Blast modded? I prefer Nourish for the extra energy sustain. But it's 6 of one, half dozen another, right? But yes, Zada's Whisper is funny with Blast. Lex has an Incarnate? Yep. Cedo? Oh, Cedo is one of my favorite shotguns in the game. I love the Cedo. Hate does have an Incarnate, yes. That guy's doing the electric slide. Am I looking for any designer? Nope. Tito. That's how you say it. Or as Megan calls it, the Sea-Doo. Oh, I just realized why everything feels so slow. It's because I have all of my melee arcanes equipped for the extra melee critical damage. That's why I feel so slow with my casting, because I usually don't run melees. I usually don't. That makes much more sense why this feels slow. Remember when Nourish used to heal through the helmet system? That was great. That's the whole reason why I put Nourish on my Titanium in the first place. Yeah, see, the problem is that I'm addicted to Zenorix free energy. Which obviously doesn't work on Titania when I'm in her 4, but I am addicted to it. Annie Tan's playing Elite Dangerous? Damn, stream's over, guys. We gotta go watch Annie Tan play Elite Dangerous. Coda Weapons Halvania currently at work, so they have no idea what 7 weapons. The wiki page always has the full list of what's available in the rotation. Oh, is this you gotta be in 7 meters of enemies for it to activate? Yeah, it is. 15 meters for enemies to be able to take damage. Let's just head over to where the life support pod is, squad. Just makes it a little bit easier for us to be in a single room here like this. Oh, and squad, stay in the squad when we're done here. We'll do the next cell together as well. Also, protect me, squires. One moment here. Do I do build checks? I mean, I always do build checks, so yes. Jaywalker 40. Let me just get this here. Melee duplicate. November 11th. How much did you pay for the Unseen Dread mod? Check Warframe Market for pricing when it comes to stuff like that. I would also probably wait to see if it shows up in rotation, or I would check the wiki for the Nightwave page to see if it's been added into the weekly rotation shop for Nightwave. I wouldn't go spending your plat just yet without doing a little bit of research, because I don't know if it's been added into the Nightwave shop rotation yet or not, but the wiki page might have some information whether or not it has been. I do know that the Galaxian one has been added in, and I think that was in the Nightwave before the Stalker Nightwave, so it might be a little bit of time still before it gets added in. What would I subsume onto Valkyr? Depends totally on what kind of play you're looking to do with Valkyr. Like any weapon platforming, melee platforming, Wrathful Advance, Roar, Wrathful Advance, Roar, Zadas, anything like that would do you well. Oh, I actually love this Nightwave. I think this Nightwave is really cool. I love the cosmetics that came in this Nightwave. And the Hema augment looked really cool. I don't know about the new the other augment though, but the Hema augment looks super cool. The Basmu. Basically everything that I've heard about the Basmu augment is it's certainly an augment, that's alright. But I have yet to test it out myself, so I don't have an opinion. From a previous Nightwave? Yeah, they always have some rewards from previous Nightwave showing up. That's a normal thing with Nightwave. Like, we had the Saturn, the Wolf of Saturn 6 stuff show up in the previous Nightwave recently. And so on and so forth. So that's normal. To bring back some of the stuff in the Nightwave, extra stuff. That's nothing new. It's been that way basically for ever since like the 4th or 5th Nightwave. They slowly add in some more of the stuff over time. Yep. So they do it every once in a while just so that, you know, people can reclaim it and whatnot. And then for people who already have it, you'll see that it tells you if this is something you already own, you will just get night creds instead. Now that said, would I like to see more new stuff in Nightwave? Absolutely. But this isn't anything new. Where's your body? Oh, right here in the doorway. Usually when it shows the, shows your body as being in the doorway, it's usually some weird spot. Man, Titania is just silly good. Just a good time. Where am I getting Overguard from? We got Dante in the squad. Melt. How do you go back to do the older Nightwaves? You can go back and do the story for some of the older Nightwaves, Travis, by just going to the previous episode section. I can't pull it up in mission, but there is a previous episode section. I think you can go back and at least play the story, but I have no idea about... you can't get the loot from previous Nightwaves. Oh, we're done. Yeah, you can't replay them for rewards, but I think you can go back and replay them for the story stuff. More than happy to, Travis. What I'm here for. Dante, I haven't seen a Dante get up to above 100k in a long while, but he certainly can get up to some pretty high levels. Okay, it's just double for the protecting the thing. Okay, that's not that bad. More candies. Yeah, galvanized shot's actually really good to have. The extra damage that galvanized shot gives you is really, really solid. Like, I always tell people to focus on getting the multi-shot ones first and then go for the status chance ones. It's not like there's a wrong answer, though, which one you go for first. Aptitude, yeah, like any of the status chance ones are like that. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you're kind of like me and you want to support the community. Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. No, not allowed calling your older brother. He's at work. He's busy. First nuke build. Ooh, what'd you do with your nuke build? Frost Prime? Ooh, very nice. Frost is honestly one of the better Warframes in the game. High damage, very strong. Do I have gas on this build? No, I got heat. Weird. Use the light, use the light. Saw what looked like a gas proc pop up, but I think that was probably something else. Perfect. I'll take a look at it once I'm done here. I also got to do a quick thing for the devs from the QTCC giveaways, so just got to double check my paperwork, make sure I got everything there. Or I need to find the people who I need information from. Because either I wrote down their names wrong or they sent me the wrong names. So let me double check that. Make sure everybody gets their cans. Yeah, I'll take a look. Once I'm done here, I'll take a peek. Pew, pew, pew. Did this guy just die right away? Yep. Whee! Whee! More candies, more candies! Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Well, you can also do a fun nuke build with him with Breed Surge. But Frost is outrageously strong. A lot of people don't understand how good Frost is. Best Xmas slot for the Okina? Either Dreamer's Wrath or Discipline's Merit, whatever one you prefer. I prefer the extra crit damage, so I always go with Dreamer's Wrath, but if you'd like to activate Tennokai more frequently and more reliably, Discipline's Merit is the way to go. Either direction's perfectly fine. Is it strong? Yeah, Breed Surge is wild on him. Do you feel like doing damage cap? Breed Surge. Now that said, I usually don't get damage cap when I'm doing that, but other people say that it goes to damage cap, but I have not been able to replicate that personally.
Sensors remain intact. Restarting sequence. Well done.
Sorry, squad. I had to. That was my mother calling, so I had to just deal with that. We had plans for dinner tonight, but she is incredibly busy. The Christmas season is her crazy, crazy busy season. So she was like, I would love to do dinner tonight, but if I I would fall asleep at the wheel if I try to drive. I'm like, no, then don't. Like, clearly we'll do dinner another time. Don't worry. It's like, but I really want to see you and like hear about all the things that's been going on. And be like, I know, don't worry, we'll figure it out. Retail. So she does, like, sort of retail, but also she does like, she does education classes on like flower design and stuff like that. Yeah, Natural Cell, that's why we came back in here. That's why I came back in here. It was Dalen, Redacted, and you. Right, Sophia? Okay, and I need to just double check a quick thing from QTCC here. So, give me a hot second here, squad. Don't worry, you don't have... okay. Who's the names that I'm looking for here? Sorry, give me a second here, squad. This is just something for DE. Okay, let me double check. I just need to make sure to get these, they're getting the QTCC, giveaway rewards out for our community, so I just need to make sure 3 of the names are incorrect. So, I need to double check what I have here. Okay. Minimals. Huh. Let's see. Hey, Bottom Rung, how you doing? Okay, so that's that one. Hey, what are the odds that Astute Dog and Minimal Zoe are here? What are the odds that you two are here? What's going on? Just some confusion on QTCC giveaways, so I'm just double checking some info here. Make sure I have... Yeah, okay, so that was a spelling error on my part. Minimo Malzo. Good thing I had a triple check system. This is why you always have a triple check system. Right here. Okay. Yeah, I'm just dealing with QTCC giveaways here. I just want to make sure everybody gets all their goodies. Okay, I think we're good. Also, is the QTC stuff giveaway last week like the personal plat? The stuff from Friday last week should be later on this week. The stuff that I'm dealing with right now is the QTCC giveaways for the donations. So, do we have an astute dog? Dog. Okay. I don't see anyone in our Discord name. Server with that name. Just want to make sure everyone gets their prizes that they won, because I don't want people to feel like that I'm cheating them out of their stuff. So, let me see if I can find them here. I cannot find them. They don't seem like they're in our Discord. Okay. Yeah, I'll try seeing if I can find their name on Twitch. That was the next step here. No. Okay. Okay, we'll have to figure out the astute dog one later then. Could do an at everyone? Yeah, see, the problem is that I'd be concerned about people trying to claim the prize out from them. And I don't know if they're a part of our Discord or not, is part of the problem. So, it's a little bit of a problem there. Right. We'll give it like a day, see if they pop in, and then if they're in or not. Catalyst and the Epitaph or Latum, can't really decide which one you want overall. We'll find those two. Okay. I'll do what I can about it. Okay. Nova, Dalen, and let's grab redacted here. Well, see, the problem is that they're trying to do that giveaway to that person, and their in-game name is not the correct in-game name. Yeah, I would say Latum. Yeah, to answer your question, I would say Latum. The Latum is real good. All right, Netrocells, let's go. Sorry about that, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. I just wanted to, you know, I want to make sure that everyone, you know, everyone was so incredibly generous to QTCC that I want to make sure that everyone gets their stuff. Well, Sophia, if I remember correctly, a few people were confused because they had multiple accounts and they did the cross-save stuff. So, like, that caused some extra confusion for a few people. It's like, oh, I don't know what account it actually is supposed to be under, you know what I mean? But anyway, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Yeah, it's the double names, right? Ah! Help. What's my best Coda weapons? For melees, I'm a huge fan of the Coda Cause Assist, or the Hereto. For range weapons, the Tysus, the Dual Torxica for secondaries, the Pox are all fantastic. For primaries, the Hema and the Bass Assist are the two that I like the most. Catabalist is nice, but if you have to kind of get the brain thinking about how that reload mechanic functions, and a lot of people aren't a huge fan of the reload mechanic, so that's why I like, and I'm also not a huge fan of the reload mechanic. I wish that it would just auto reload. Like, I understand why it's not an auto reload, but I kind of wish that it was an auto reload, you know what I mean? So that auto reload mechanic, or the forced reload mechanic, is sometimes something that throws people for a loop, including myself. Best element? I would say heat for the Tysus. Heat or Toxin. The Synapse? Yeah, I've done an Acuity Synapse build too. I have builds for all of those except for the Moto on the channel, Poot. So you just gotta check the channel. I've got builds for them all there. Do I have a overall build for Titania? I got a melee build I put out like yesterday for Titania, or this weekend. So you can check the channel for that. Crux on the Synapse is fun. Crux on the Synapse is fun. I don't have this weapon, this pistol Titania build out, but I do have the melee Titania build out on the channel. Still want a Tenant Quanta? I mean, I really want a Tenant Amprex. If I had to choose between any Tenant weapon, or any weapon that could get Tenatified, it would be the Amprex. Going through the 9 circles of hell? Well, at least the Kodas aren't that hard. Like, they're not too difficult to get done up, because their system is just much more generous. Like, it is much more generous. I actually really hope that they improve the other farms to be similar to the Coda. The Kuva? Yeah, the Kuva one's the one that I dislike the most as well. For just, like, time it takes. It's the reason why I haven't gotten all my Coda weapons up to, or Kuva weapons up to 60% yet. I do need to slowly work at that, though. Please don't touch it. I think it should be faster. Personally. It's a little bit too long right now. And that's, I mean, it's definitely because of the comparison of the comparison with the Kodas, right? Tenant Exergius? Oh, I'd be super down for Tenant Exergius as well. That'd be great. I'd be super down for that. Best way to get the Broken War. You got crit chance status ribbon for it, but you're not sure the best damage to focus on. You know what, Russ? Remind me when I get out of here, and I'll take a look at the Broken War, and then I'll let you know. Because I can't remember its stats off the top of my head, and I'm in the middle of a mission. But if you remind me once I'm out of here, because I have ADHD and I will forget, I will take a look for you. How about that? The Kuva Comb is really fun, but you thought the grind was pretty ass, considering there's a lot of different, better weapons. I actually think the Kuva Comb is one of the best shotguns in the game. It's one of my favorites. The Kubicomb is just so much fun. You're in the minority for the liches? Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I get you. I get where you're coming from. But also, the liches do take a little bit long these days. Sachiko, I probably mispronounced that, but hi, welcome in. Ye old dyslexia. Just lazy. I don't care. There's no reason to go for it for me. I don't necessarily care whether or not I go up to LR5 or like LR6 with the old piece. It doesn't matter to me. So that doesn't bother. Get the Ignis, wondering if it might be with you. Yeah, the Ignis Wraith is incredibly strong. Very, very good weapon. The Ignis is fantastic, actually. Yeah, exactly. I get you, Iron. The only ideas you have for adversary weapons when it comes to shotguns, I'm pretty sure the Convectrix and Phage are technically shotguns. Those two also, yeah, those would be great. You want exams over ASAP so you can play old piece later? Well, the old piece isn't out yet, so don't worry. You've got lots of time. It's probably my current best bet for old piece release date is December 10th or December 17th. But Reb did say that we would find out the release date at the November 28th dev stream in a recent dev short, so hopefully. You don't know why people treat LR players differently? Yeah, no. MR is not a number that dictates skill or shows skill. All it shows is collection size. I know LR, like myself, I'm LR4. I get things wrong all the time. But also, Warframe is such a dense game. There's so much random crap in the game that just, like, ends up messing with you. Your finals are on December 14th, so hopefully it's after. Ooh. Well, you know what? I hate to be that guy, but I hope it's the 10th. Not in contrary to you, but that's just because I want it sooner. GG, everybody. Thank you very much for the nepotism. It's what I'm here for. Can I check your build? Yep, checking builds now. Rhino stuff? What stuff were you looking for the Rhino stuff? What were you looking for Rhino? LR3 and you only care about fashion at this point? As long as you're happy, that's what matters. Carl, I swear if there's a stupid mod on this weapon, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna shit. Oh, the broken, yeah, I had to check out the Broken War. That's one that I had to check. Broken War. Okay, so let's take a look at the Broken War's base stats. So, very high crit chance. Decent crit multiplier, because I'm assuming that this is actually a 2.2 and that Tenacious Bond is showing up here. So I would certainly lean into the crit chance, crit damage side of things. However, it does have a decent status, so you could absolutely go into crit status hybrid. If you want to, like, maximize the crits, I would say crit chance, crit damage, attack speed are the three stats that you'd be looking for. Crit chance, crit damage, status chance, of course, would also be an excellent one. And then a harmless negative like minus puncture, minus impact, minus slide crit chance, things like that. So that's what you'd be looking for on a Riven here. You don't necessarily need range or want range because it has such a low follow-through amount that you're not going to be getting a huge amount out of that. Is game sense issues? They don't group on survival, they take it forever to go to extraction. Yeah, I would say that's probably... But that's like... Florida Man Plays, a first great name. I'd say that you're absolutely right. It's a game sense, and it's like how to know what you're doing in the mission is something that comes with experience. And this is one of those things that I really think is the reason why primed animal instinct is so important for people to use on their companions, because that enemy radar, like if I had eye tracking software, I would be looking at my minimap every about like 3 seconds, right? It's like, okay, where's the next set of enemies? Where's the next set of enemies? Where's the next set of enemies? And just sort of planning how I'm going through my missions. And that's the reason why I think that this is a necessary mod on all companions. I understand that I'm not like right in that. That is my opinion. But like this makes your life easier in missions, and if you know where the enemies are, you can increase your KPM, right? If you're blowing your nuke combo when there's not enough enemies around, but just around the corner there's like a huge pack of them, you've just wasted your time and wasted energy, and it's less efficiency. So like this is one of those things that like I really do think that more people need to use this. And like this is a mod that goes on every single companion, without doubt. It's like this. I have 2 mod slots that are always dead on every build. It's this and it's fetch. Every single build, fetch and prime animal instincts, these 2 slots don't exist because it's loot radar, enemy radar, and grouping and gathering materials, right? Like these 2 here, every single build. Without a doubt. It's not even a question. Okay, Carl. But yeah, for the Broken War Riven, crit chance, crit damage, status chance, attack speed, element of choice with a harmless negative is what you'd be looking for. To go answer that question earlier. Said you were gonna check Broken Ray. Yeah. How do you get the hate melee Phoenix? By fighting the Stalker. The Stalker will come and fight you after you fought some bosses, and it'll be like, you fight me. Also, everybody, don't forget that we have a 30% code on Advanced GG for the next few days. So if you want to get yourself, you know, some delicious beverages and also support the community, because every purchase there does actually support the community. Straight dollar bills, y'all. Bake, fetch, and vacuum in a general gameplay. It's on 99% of the player builds. Yeah, I agree that that should just be a baseline. Like, there's no reason for that to be a separate mod. If the stalker invades you and try to leave the mission, you're unable to leave? Yep. Yep. It's pretty funny. Not gonna lie. Hey, is there a way to search users on Discord? Dog? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Okay, we'll figure it out another time. Is this multiplicative on here? Carl? Does this get multi-gun co? Because damn. Yeah? Oh, that's a really nice ribbon then. Ooh, that's a very nice ribbon. Secondary fortifier. Yeah, looks good to me. Nothing to say here. Looks good, Carl. Jade. Shield gating / shield tanking with this. Gives extra shield speed there. How do you know what weapons get multi-gun co? I checked the wiki. Not gonna lie. The wiki page has a pretty dedicated group of people who keep track of it. So I just go with the wiki. Really? You got rid of glory? Interesting. But I guess if you were playing a weapon platform, shield gating, brief respite, plus like you can spam Light's Judgment or turn off and on, or you know, cast that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Ages for more shield gating shenanigans, multi-augmented. Why? Carl, I swear to God. I swear, I'm gonna beat you one of these days in Warframe. Seek help. Okay, super high range, super high efficiency, Faust. Okay, so Biting Frost, Precision Intensify. So this is actually good use of Precision Intensify is for Avalanche, because Avalanche, Icy Avalanche, oh, you know what? This is where you drop it. Augur Secrets. I would drop Augur Secrets for Icy Avalanche. Alright, Redacted, you take care. Yeah, I would say drop Icy Avalanche for it. You could also swap out Transient Fortitude for more, Blind Rage instead, if you want more power strength too. Yeah, but they may not have a subsume. If you do just do a subsume, I would say over here. Alright, douche, you take care. Thanks so much for hanging out today. But yeah, I would say Augur Secrets is your basically only choice for switching out. Sure, you're losing strength, but what you could do instead is replace this with Molt Augmented or replace this with Molt Augmented, one of these two. Don't have Element yet? Yeah, then don't worry about it. This is where I would put Icy Avalanche, and I would say one of these two, Molt Augmented instead. Molt Augmented over one of these. Okay, Jaywalker, do you have the 2.1 million credits? You're heading out? No worries. You have yourself a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out today. Have I tried Viral Rush over Frost over his 2? What Helminth would work with him? Well, if you're doing Viral Rush on Frost over his 2, then that would be the Helminth there. You have 2.3? Okay, we can shoot you an invite right now and get you your max rank duplicate. Still working on it? It's 2.1, it's not 2.5. To the best of my recollection, it's 2.1. But I could be wrong. Psycho Teletubby. Beer Brewer Lavos. He's a little drunk looking. Then you got the beer colors in there. Nice. Got back from Belgium? Word. It's a good option. Is there something better? I mean, I like running him as a weapon platform, so like I throw on Roar or Nourish or anything like that. For just weapon platform shenanigans. But honestly, you'll be fine. Another good one is Breach Surge. Breach Surge does some weird stuff with Frost. Oh, Tim's. That looks sick, actually. Yeah, Tim's. This looks fantastic. Excellent use of the armor. Like the chest armor and the leg armor there. Will that new mod the Borrow had ever returns? Assumably, yes. When is always a good question, though. Ema? Ooh, boy, that's... Oh. Oh. Someone pufferfish this. This is a pufferfish right here. That right there, that's a pufferfish moment. Sheesh! There you go. That's a... Oh. Pudis, what you got? Atlas... Fury, battery, yep. I would say, again, you don't need flow and battery. Choose one or the other. I would probably say remove battery since you have flow on here and it gets you above the 500. And then you could switch in Molt Augmented for more power strength. Probably where I would go. Wait, we already saw your Atlas stuff. We already went over this. Parasitic Vitality, Abundant Munition. So I don't like running... Like, this feels like too many augments here. Right? I would probably run these two. I wouldn't run this one personally. But it's, you know, 6 of one, half dozen other. If you like it, you like it. I would also say that adaptation on here goes really well. I would probably drop Insatiable for adaptation. And double check that Archon Intensify gets activated by Ravenous. I can't remember if it does or not. Otherwise, the rest of your build looks really good. It's, oh, you can't, post link, Sacho. That's the wiki there. Digging a hole. That's the wiki you're looking for there. Yeah, the fandom site isn't the official wiki anymore. That, has been shifted over to the own site there. Alright, let's get you your melee duplicate. How do you get the hate melee weapon? You gotta go fight the stalker. Yep, 2.1. You're good. You gotta go fight the stalker, and in order to get the stalker hunting you, you gotta go fight bosses, and then the like assassination targets, and the stalker would be like, "You have fought your last fight," or whatever dumb line he yells at you. You need help? Well, I will help you out after this ad break. We gotta run quick ads here so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, to a sub to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. You went with your build for Poutine, you put Roar over 4th. Is that good? That's what I run on mine, so I would say yes. No one uses the war? That's fine. War's great. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. Enjoy your duplicates. It needs a buff? I don't think it needs a buff. I think it's fine for older weapons to not be as good, because game progression's never a bad thing. You know, you don't expect stuff from Burning Crusade to still be top raid material 17 expansions later. Ace! Aha! 7 months! Sheesh! How you doing, Ace? Welcome back. Okay, I'm just gonna grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Thank you very much, Ace. Appreciate the heck out of you. Hi, bud. Oh, you haven't staff? Give the boy some. Yeah, you can also get stalker beacons. Do I have a build for the war? That's a great question. I don't know. Anyone ready for the new devil frame? No, not yet. Yeah, I have no build for the war, so no. The war is a crit status hybrid, so you can play it sort of any direction you feel like. It is impact heavy, so it's a little bit not the greatest, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. You can certainly work with it. You'd be looking at something like your regular stance. I would lean heavier into the crit side, so I would go Blood Rush, Galvanized Steel, that type of stuff. But you can still lean into the status chances, absolutely. But I would say probably going into the crit side with a little bit of status would probably be the way you want to go. Which, for reference of what that would look like, you'd be looking at something kind of like this. No, not this one. Not this one. What do I got? A crit status hybrid. Like this, but instead of reach, I would go Weeping Wounds. And this is just a 60-60 cold. So it'd be like this, Weeping Wounds instead of this, and a 60-60 cold instead of this. And that's how I would play the war. Go lean into both the crits and the crit chance, crit damage, and status chance. Something like this. War has the longest range of non-melee exalted weapons. I do know that. You having fun with Broken War at the moment? The Broken War is one of the best melees in the game. That's not a joke. It's really good. What you got? Valkyr, no Eternal War? Don't worry, you don't need it. You can recast it at will. It no longer, and it doesn't really interrupt anything because it's much better now. You do not need to have Eternal War. I do not run Eternal War on most of my builds because it's a mod slot that I just don't care about. Especially because you got Nourish on here, regenerating your energy. You don't really need to care about it. I would say, fine. I would probably not run Streamline here personally. I would switch this out for Stretch, specifically, yeah, just regular Stretch. Because I like having higher range for Ripline's grouping mechanics. I play around Ripline a lot more here than a lot of people do, but that's a personal preference thing. Primed flow so that you get above the 500 energy so that you can do the purple shard shenanigans. And get your max rank arcane energized when you can. Multi augmented's great here. No, I think you're going the right direction. I would probably say a little bit of range here, and you could maybe go a little bit more duration here if you feel like it. One of those two. But I think you're going the right direction. No complaints. If you like Eternal War, then yeah, Eternal War would go here. And then obviously get your Prime Continuity maxed out when you can. I wouldn't go this on here. I would not go Precision Intensify because you want the extra power strength into Balefire, Pillage, and Haven. Hildren is very much a high strength frame. So I would, like, you've gone a lot into shield generation here. I would probably even drop, like, this one and go more strength on here. Like, I would even drop Overextended, put in Stretch and Augur Reach, and then Strength. Like, and also you don't really need efficiency here. At least in my opinion. For me, like, Hildren really wants to have high strength. Like, I run 400 plus strength on my Hildren, just sort of for context. Yeah, I would run Umbral Intensify instead of this. Yeah, and I wouldn't run Overextended personally. If you want to see what my Hildren build looks like, I haven't redone it since the changes with allowing her secondary to have a arcane yet. But there's my build with the Aegis Storm build there. But I would certainly say lean heavier into strength on here, personally. You could also lean into duration on here, too. Pillage is a wave-like ability, so its range is where it starts. Its duration is how far it goes out to. So I would probably lean heavier into duration and strength than what you're running here. Balefire Charger. You also have another Balefire Charger here. Okay, let's see this one here. Second Balefire is the proper one. Alright, so we'll take a look at the second one. So Fulmination, yes. Merciless for more base damage. Heated Charge. I would probably say get another element on here, so that you aren't going into electricity. I would probably like get Toxin, or like lean into the Heated Charge as heat stacks personally. Again, my Balefire build is a part of that short there for you, Koheric. So check that out when you get the chance. But you are going in the right direction. I would probably say you don't need Augur Pact here, though. It's not necessary. You have Hornet Strike, you got Merciless. This is not necessary in any way, shape, or form. And also keep in mind that she's never using energy, so the Augur Pact set bonus is never affecting her. So I would say these last 3 mod slots, take a look at my build, and you'll sort of see how I like to run it. For your Nidus, let's take a peek. Again, I probably wouldn't run Insatiable here. I would run more power strength on here, or more range. Nidus to me is very much high duration, or high range, high strength with a little bit of duration. Bellicose for more strength is good. Molt-Augmented, Molt Reconstruct, I don't think is necessary. But that said, because you're spamming Virulence so much, and with its extra energy regeneration, and also just for damage, Molt Reconstruct does make sense here. So it's not me saying that it's a bad choice, it's just saying a choice that I don't use. But yeah, I would probably say not to run. I'm not a big fan of Insatiable. It's a personal thing for me. And I would say certainly lean more into range and strength on here than what you are. Like, you probably don't need Prime Continuity here, in my opinion at least. But it is also comfort nice so that you don't have to be casting stuff as much. So I also get that. Nidus. Ooh. Actually, that's a really nice take on the black and red. Not too garish. I like that. Billy! Welcome back, Billy. What you got? Ooh, nice Najua. I just don't like this Syndana. I'm not a big fan of this Syndana. The rest of this looks fantastic. But I will say that I'm negatively biased against that. Ooh, Mecha Set. Interesting. Pyrotechnics, Mecha Set, Divine Retribution, Fleeting Expertise. So one thing that I would recommend is I like running a downranked Fleeting Expertise. I find having too low of duration, especially with a Pyrotechnics build, kind of messes with me a bit. So I would probably drop Fleeting Expertise downranked like once or twice. That's how I like running it. The other thing to keep in mind is if you have, I would highly recommend having some purple shards on here. So that Blazing Chakram's health orbs generation from all of the Divine Spear shenanigans will generate so many health orbs and thus solve your energy problems. That's a personal preference thing. You'll be doing just a bonkers amount of damage with the mecha set. Molt Reconstructed, it's not super necessary, but it's nice to have. I would probably say, like, Nezha is very much an energy-hungry frame. I would probably say I would want to go either Steadfast or for the random 4 free casts, or Energize here instead of Molt Reconstructed. But if you like it for the extra health restore for you and your squad, I totally understand. For your Pharaoh Predicite... Yep, nothing to say here. Viral Quills is definitely something that I would say you... Oh, this is a Pharaoh, not a Panzer. Duh. Yeah, nothing to say. Looks good to me. Yep. Same build as mine. That's why I think it looks good. And, yep. Just make sure that you have the mecha on the Pharaoh so that you get it dropped down to a 15-second cooldown. Saves your butt quite a bit. Yeah, I like this, but with pyrotechnics. I would prefer this, but with pyrotechnics and downrank this once or twice. That's what I would do. This exact same build, pyrotechnics, downrank, and then, like, swap out maybe transient fortitude for Archon vitality, if you want to do the pyrotechnics build. But yeah, I think that having a max rank fleeting expertise isn't the best choice to have, because especially with wanting to use Blazing Chakram, you know, Divine Spears, Blazing Chakram, Dark Verse, that's why I run downrank fleeting expertise on my builds. Just having that little bit more duration means that you can activate it a little bit more frequently. Erzman, Broken War. Exposure, Electricity, Magnetic, Reflex. Why Reflex on here? And why Reach? It's got 60% follow through. These two I don't necessarily agree with. I would say, like, Blood Rush. For feeding, because it's got a 35% base crit. It's really nice to have Blood Rush on here. Gamble. Tank. Tank, holy crap. Well, you're never gonna die. That's nice. I don't know how much Hunter Adrenaline's gonna be giving you back energy here, though. I would probably say I wouldn't run Hunter Adrenaline here because you got Equilibrium with Blazing Chakram. Should be enough energy regeneration. I would say get some more range on here. Or, you're not running Divine Retribution. You're running Reaping Chakram. I would say probably get some more strength on here instead of this guy. You have a strange question? Hit me. What's up? I'd also say you don't need Grace on here, right? Blazing Chakram is your health regeneration. And I'd also say you don't need Blessing here. These two are mods that I don't think are Arcanes are super necessary. I would certainly say get more strength on here. Fella takes no damage? Oh yeah, no. Health Tank Nezha is wildly crazy. Koharic, that's personal platinum. You can't trade with another player. Platinum from DE is always personal platinum. So you gotta use it on the market board. You can't use it to trade with other players. Equinox. Ooh, Odie. What category would I say is currently the weakest era? If it wasn't for melee influence, I would say melee. Melee influence is carrying melees. Like, it in itself is the reason why melees have a place in Warframe right now. Which is not a good state of the game, in my opinion. I think secondaries, but the other thing is that primaries and secondaries, conversely, are being carried by multi-gun co. Right? So it's like, you know, 6 of one, half dozen another. This is a really pretty Equinox. Noko. Mecha set Noko? Yeah, it's good fun. Roar for increasing the toxin damage, absolutely. Archon Stretch can be activated by a companion, although it's super not necessary because Bright Bonnet is everything there. If you Crepuscular is great if you got a status priming companion. I wouldn't be running Precision Intensify here though, because you want strength in Roar, you want strength in Spore Spring, you want strength in Bright Bonnet, because Bright Bonnet puts strength into Roar and puts strength into Spore Spring. I would not be running Precision Intensify personally. Now that said, I understand that I am the minority in that. A lot of people like running Precision Intensify for Spore Springs damage, but I like to have the extra damage into Roar and the extra strength into Bright Bonnet through just like Umbral Intensify. It's 6-1, how doesn't another, right? So you could save some mod capacity by not using this and just using regular stretch. Otherwise, I think the rest of this build's great. But I'm also, I'll like fully admit it, I think that Precision Intensify is not that good of a mod. It's like used in like 2 or 3 places that I think are actually useful. So I'll admit it that I am very negatively biased towards Precision Intensify. Nidus appearance. Ooh, cool looking Nidus. Hate the ephemera though. The rest of it's great. Hate that ephemera. I'm a really big hater of this ephemera. It's just like gets in the way for me. Ooh, but that's a very nice looking Nidus. Man, this is like the second time we've seen this pop up today. Damn. Might need to get that for myself. The rest of that looks fantastic. What you got? Broken War. Crit chance, attack speed, very nice. Organ Shatter, Condition Overload, Magnetic Rush, Fever Strike, Steel, Pressure Point. I wouldn't run both of these. I would run one or the other. I wouldn't run both of these. I would also, instead of running Sacrificial Steel, I'd run Galvanized Steel. But you've already put a Umbral Form in here, so probably too late for you. But I would say attack speed instead of this. But you got attack speed there, and you got magnetic rush there for more attack speed. Maybe another element. You can throw magnetic. Oh, you got magnetic rush there. I don't know about prime pressure point. This is the only one that I probably wouldn't run. Because you already got condition overload, and you got animosity for your crits, right? Like, I wouldn't run this, personally. Or I wouldn't run this, personally. Condition overload. Weeping Wounds actually would do really well, or Blood Rush instead of prime pressure point. That's what I would do. Blood Rush or Weeping Wounds here. If you use Blood Rush, you'll be sitting at, like, red crit guaranteed zone. Which then Sacrificial Steel, you know, helps with that a little bit more. But I like running Galvanized Steel for the extra crit damage. But, you know, it's 6 of one, half dozen another. Hey, Ken, how you doing? Ooh, putty. Very putty. I like that. Tim's! Is it true each arbitration you can only get 6 essences? No, very much not true. I've seen people get hundreds in a run. I assume you mean Vitus essences. Do you have any videos about Railjack? No, I don't. Crit chance damage minus damage to Corpus. I mean, you could certainly force it into a crit build. It's got lower than average critical damage, but you can work with it. And the damage on there is not bad. Because then this just replaces, like, Serration, right? Replace Serration, gain critical chance out of it. Nice. You doing the alert one? Yeah, Vitus Essence is, no. It has nothing to do, there's no capped out at 6. All arbitrations are the alert version, so it's not capped out at 6. Lavosh. It's just bad luck, Halal. Hate to break it to you. It's just bad luck. Only gotten 6? This can't be true. No, it's definitely you can get more than 6. Like, I see Shroom walk out of a RB with, like, 10 jillion. The mecha set, how does it react to Divine Retribution? Will it spread further than the base radius of 14 meters? No. So the problem with, like, it won't spread beyond the... Oh, I remember testing this and finding some weird issues with that. Hi! Whatever just happened there. It was a raid. Sorry, I just took off my glasses. Nia! Oh, hi, Nia. What's up, Vikings? How you doing today? How you doing, Nia? Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. How was your stream? What'd you get up to, Nia? How you do? What is Madoko? Ooh, we'll snooze that ad real quick here. Imagine playing Warframe. Shake my head, Nia. Why aren't you playing more Warframe, Nia? What the heck? You playing Dino Cop? Okay, what the hell is Dino Cop? What the hell is Dino Cop? You are playing Warframe, but you just said you were playing Dino Cop. Are you lying to me? Sheesh. I'm just mad when you're Nia. But welcome on in, everybody. Like I said, my name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. What we like to do around here, to thank the friendos for sharing their community with us, is we like to do a little giveaway. So we'll get that giveaway going for you in just a bit here. So sit tight. What the hell is Dino Cop? Other than that you're playing a cop who is a dinosaur. Sorry, I just gotta check my YouTube comments. Dino Cop is a game where you're a dinosaur who is a detective and you'll be sent to a hotel to find out who's been eating human meat. How dare. How dare. I mean, to be fair, humans do apparently just taste a little bit like pork. So, I mean, pork is tasty. You know, can't complain. 100% positive reviews, that is actually really impressive. Holy crap. That is actually really impressive. Okay, let's just make sure I got this. I do. Alrighty, type exclamation point join to thank Nia for the raid. We're giving away a Lavosh Prime. Anybody is welcome to join. Just type exclamation point join to get in for that. We do sadly have to run a quick ad break. I apologize, Nia. The ads were just coming up and I had to snooze them there. So we're just gonna run that quick ad break while you're joining for the giveaway. And you can even win on your first message. That's right. You can win on your first message. So type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat. If you're watching somewhere else, click the link in the description, pop on over. And Dan Moore, thanks for the follow. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. You're not gonna miss anything because, well, I mean, you might miss something. But if you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. Armor for Core, thanks so much for the follow. See you in a minute. Every time I hear this song, I always think of the video with the cat stomping. He's just walking. It's out there. Yeah, we got some there. Ah, it's Blue Shard Week. I hate blue shards. They're disgusting. Complete arbitration. Complete a mission with only a single pistol and a glaive equipped. Oh, all right. Cool detective abilities, like you get a timeline where you can see who you saw when. You can smell stuff and a clue book. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Ooh, that's fun. Executed.
Captain is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
Wait. Don't know if I have enough rep right this second to get that Bazmoo. But I would like to get that Bazmoo. Whee!
Another job well executed.
Type exclamation point join if you want in for a Lavos Prime set to thank Nia Rain for the raid. Everybody and anybody's welcome to join. Just gotta type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat. Pixelmon can wait. The Bazmoo augment's important. What the heck is Pixelmon? 3 different bounties on the plains of Eidolon or assassination missions. Where's the sergeant? Phobos? Here? Yeah. Is the augment even good? Don't know yet. Don't have it. Minecraft Pokemon? Ooh. That sounds fun.
We contracted you. You are here to find your mark and eliminate the assigned.
I'm just doing some quick little Nightwave challenges here while we're waiting for that giveaway. And then we'll take a look at some more people's builds. Yeah, of course, if you got a raid and run, as always, you know the deal. I don't need to say this to you. You're always here. You're always welcome to raid and run. There's no concerns. Oh, Sergeant. I think Ken had the funniest Sergeant kill ever with the navigator firing from extract. That was pretty great. Yo, Mika. Does Araxia's 4th HP count as bonus HP? We're gonna need some more context what you're talking about there. Dark Vestguard. Dark Vestguard, say something in Twitch chat. Specifically your in-game name, Dark Vestguard. How am I doing today? Mika, I am so freaking tired. But how are you? Perfect. I'll shoot you an invite in a second here, Dark. So the new Bazmoo augment. Well, it's just, it increases her maximum health, so it's not necessarily like bonus health. It'll still work there, obviously, because it's just her health. So yes, it would work for the Bazmoo augment because it's just increasing her health. Oh yeah, my second favorite song from Warframe. The fact that this song wasn't sung by the whole entire community team at the Tenno concert did in fact give me depression. How was this song not like Taylor, Danny, Meg, and all of them up there on stage singing this song? It made me so sad.
Nobody knows you're here.
I have already submitted formal complaints.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
Just chilling, heck yeah. Go check out Mika. Mika's great. Getting so cool. Drowning. L-O-W-A-I-N-G. Ooh, free weapon slots. Man, I don't want to do that. I mean, I guess I could go do an arbitration. What's our arbitration option right now? Defense? We just could do a quick one and done RB. Okay, who wants to join me for a quick one and done RB? Oh wait, let's get Dark first, their invite. Get their prize. BV dash ERQU. Yeah, this song's sick. No player found online with that in-game name. I can't send you an invite if you aren't online. Go take care of yourself, Nia. We'll catch you later. You forgot a dash? I did forget a dash. There we go. Now you got your invite. Get in here. I'm just trying to be honest. Way to say I don't like you. Today I don't like you. Way to say you try on again, try it on again. Looking for a way to say I don't like you. Khan wasn't paying attention. Shake my head. Shake my head, my head. La voz. Uno. A dos. A tres. A cuatro. Ooh, crystals, sure. I'll be a mom Facebook group. GG! Get on my squad. Destiny 2 is underperforming? Yeah, I hope Destiny gets itself sorted out. Okay, I saw a... Kin Midas, what's your in-game name? Koharic, what's your in-game name? And Scamcat, I know your in-game name. Second last on my list? You don't know that. I have so many here. Well, that's not what you said. See, this is why I say give me your in-game name, not where is your name on this section. Fool of a took. Bassist. It's a decent RB. I mean, yeah, but I don't really want to do this for longer than just a one and done. Like, I'm not going in here thinking we're doing anything more than a one and done. Just a heads up. Milkman Supreme! Thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing this for a one and done. You are welcome to stay longer if you wish to. But I am just going in and out. Don't make that a thing. Go on, chat. Behave yourself.
Only under the shadow of death will your true potential shine.
Come on, RB drone. I saw you there. Yeah, I saw you. Spoil. 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 Flappy Noko gameplay? True. Spoil. 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 the RB drones were like pointed out a little bit better. Oh, some fight assassins. Whee!
Fight on. This test has only just begun.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now?
There we go. Free level. Are you okay, Vauban? What's going on with that poor Vauban? Get out of here. All right, what else we got for our night wave? Finish a capture mission in less than 90 seconds. If I can't do this on the first try, I'm ending stream. Bet.
We received intel that somebody vital
Oh, hold on.
operations is linked to find them and capture them.
Come on. Thank you.
Target located. Bring them in. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
There was no void orbs in that room. Watch it change objective. If it changed objective, I would have just been like, oh, well, I guess stream's over then. Yes, there were. No, there wasn't. You can't prove it.
Another job well executed.
Except the two next to me, those weren't real. You can't prove it. Don't make you get a clip? Go for it. Do it. And then you'll try to link it in my Twitch chat. And then you can't. But you can't post links. So it's not real to me. Bam! That's right. I can never be wrong. You'll post it in Discord? Mods, ban this person. Alright, let's take a look at this Basmo augment. Basmo. Mo. Where the heck is this thing? So it's extra what? Status chance and damage? It's multi-gun co. Magnetic, blast. What's this thing got? Baseline? Heat and electric. So we probably want to be keeping blast on here solo because I like blast. So then it goes blast electric and then full into blast here. But then we also want some more elements because galvanized aptitude. So like magnetic. And that also increases our magazine capacity a bit. Yep, it absolutely would be good for high health frames because it's based off your health. For every 75 health you have on your Warframe. Yep. Rad? Nah, I don't like rad. If anything, I'm going to throw another element here. Combine the cold into something else and leave heat on its own. Probably viral. Just the good old standby. Viral heat. Yeah, I'm out of mod capacity. Actually, do I want to go? Do I want to go heat solo? Or do I want to go toxin solo? No, we don't want to go toxin. What do we got here options wise? I was thinking Blight, but probably not. I'm thinking probably just Merciless for even more multi-Gunko shenanigans here. Yep, the math cap's out at 1300. Yep. I mean, we could just do good old viral heat. Viral magnetic heat here. But we use, like, our companion for viral, so I actually don't think so. So we could go, like, it has an 8 electric? I know it does. So it's getting sucked into the radiation there, but I was looking more for the radial stuff. Let's just into a quick sim. Smite on Noko? Yeah, I tried Smite on Noko. It just wasn't that impressive to me. It does make sense on him because he's a high strength, high range frame. But Smite does, like, if you're doing the Smite for the Smite damage, not the Smite's augment, you know what I mean? It does get capped out pretty quick with how much strength he has. High health frame. Chroma. This was the concern. We gotta let that Gunko do Gunkoing. I mean, it's better than what it was. That's for certain. It's better than what it was. Corrosive with cold. I was thinking corrosive with cold, but then it would just go into magnetic because it's got electric on the one, and then it would go into blast. So at least I can do blast corrosive, and I think that's probably what I'm going to try next. Just kind of wanted to see what it was looking like first with a sort of more basic build first. And then go from there. Viral electric. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to go the corrosive cold. If anything here, realistically. Because then it goes into blast here, right? So we got corrosive cold here, and then we got corrosive blast here. And to me, that makes a little bit more sense. I also don't, I mean, we could, but it's got such low crit chance. I don't think it's worthwhile going to crits. Even though it's got, like, actually a really good crit multi on here, it's just so low. I don't think that's where I want to go. Because the corrosive plays well into the blast, right? And then it's also freezing people. It can do crits, but it's such a low crit chance that doesn't really feel great. I gotta... Believe it or not, I kind of like it better just with the main fire. Frostbite, yeah, but then I would have to like actually go into the crits, and it's got such a low base crit chance. I just don't think it's super worthwhile to go into the crits. It's got terrible crit chance, but it's got great crit multi. It'd be good for like a Harrow build, right? You could go into a Harrow build with this high of a crit multi, and you can do some stuff there. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a servo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a second. No, Hydro, I don't have a Ivara build. Ivara is kind of one of those frames that I really would love to see them do a rework on. She's certainly the frame that is suffering the most at the moment for me, in my opinion. Maybe not the most, but certainly high up there. Poster? How dare you? Corky? I mean, you're not wrong, but also, how dare you? It's got, like, such a good there. Let's go just pull this thing up here. Get a better understanding of the Bazmoo. All in fire channels 2 beams of electricity that conduct between the targets with extreme crit multiplier offset by very low crit chance. When expending firing, the rifle releases multiple energy pulses, staggering and leeching health from them. Primary acuity. Acuity's additive crit chance, so it's would give you 15% crit chance. Right? If you do this side, it's got a 2% crit chance. Growing up Harry Potter, you know what? When I was a kid, I got called Harry Potter all the time. So, you know what? You're not the first person to say that. Now, what side of this on direct hits from the primary fire? Yeah, so you don't want to be doing the hold fire. You actually do want to be playing for the multi-gun co. You want to be playing for the actual straight up fire here, not the hold fire. So, can this thing get punched through? No. Could we do vial acceleration? We could get rid of magnetic capacity, but then that's reducing our elements and reducing our multi-gun co there. Could do Crux for the extra status chance. 21 mag in mind? Yeah, that's the other thing that I'm thinking the magnetic capacity would make sense, because it's another element and then also gives us a little bit more. That's why I was leaning towards that, but I kind of wanted to see what that looks like. What does Crux feel like on here? What does Crux feel like on here? See, the reason why I wasn't going Crux was because I was playing more into the multi-gun co, but I feel like Serration and Dreadful Killshot is more than enough, and then we just get more status chance to really activate more blasts on here. I mean, I wouldn't say so because it's not multi-gun co. It's not multiplicative crit chance. So 300% is, it would bring us up to a nice crisp 60% crit chance. And that's just not good enough for what that's going into in my mind. And on top of that, it's the main fire mode that gets the multi-gun co. So that's more what we're going for. Do you need Serration and Dreadful? It's for the multi-gun co, that's why we're going Serration and Dreadful. Realistically speaking, you could probably drop the Serration. But that's the reason why I'm playing into that, right? Because then this is multiplicative on these two. And that's why I'm thinking these two here. Yeah, it's for the ammo economy on top of the status chance, right? Because then each shot has a higher likelihood of applying this. Oh, hold on. We'll activate that there. It's more to do with the ammo economy on top of it. Add radiation instead of Serration. Yeah, but do I really want radiation? Is kind of my other side of it. Do I really want that? I mean, it's hitting for some pretty decent numbers. It does feel slower going this route, though. doesn't feel like it's doing as much here. Like, it's made the Baz move better, but I don't know if it's good enough for it to be sort of a mainline weapon these days. Would gas damage? Probably not. The reason why you're going blast on here is because you have such high status chance that you're activating blast. Like, look, right there, there's 4 stats, 4 blast stats, including others, right? So we can get to the 10 stacks of blast quicker and give it some AoE. On top of its already AoE and already stuff. Just went corrosive? Yeah, it's got corrosive with blast on it, right? That's what we're going for. Yeah, Merciless was way better. Okay, let's give this a shot with... Stay alive. Yeah, I always try to test the weapon without helmets kicking in, because I'm the type of person who needs to see how a weapon operates before we start including helmet shenanigans into it. Obviously, Zadas would go crazy on here because it's blast. It's like not even a question. Yeah, that was the next stage of ideas, Dalen, was switch out Serration for blast, for rad for another element, and then switch out Crux for Merciless for the extra base damage for the multi-gun co. That was the next stage. Gives us a little bit more reload speed too, makes it very fast. Holy crap, a half second, so you're never actually needing to care about stuff. That's actually pretty legit. Or not even half second, it's a 1/10 of a second. So like, notice how I'm just using, like, I'm not using my Vex armor, I'm not using my Nourish on here. Because for me, it's one of those things that I like to see how a weapon operates before we start adding in other stuff. And like, I'm just using Chroma here, realistically speaking, just for the extra... the only problem is that we gotta get kills before we can actually start doing damage. Which, like, in a normal mission's not that big of a deal, because of course we're dealing with, heavy gunners here, so it's a little bit tankier of an enemy, but like you'd find weaker enemies to deal with and get it going. Yeah, but you're the thing that you're missing there, Noko, is the fact that the blast is activating every 2 shots at max stacks, right? So it's actually giving us a lot more AoE than you may seem, because it's already active, just activate it again, right? Every 2 bullets, or every 2 ammo consumed is activating a full 10 stacks. It's just so low, I like the Serration better, actually. Nyx's is additive. Yeah, like, I can't even maintain Merciless here at this point. I feel good with that. Yeah, the ramp up is real slow. But like, once it starts going, it goes. I still think Serration was better than this. Like, Serration very much feels like it was doing better than this. By a country mile, actually. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try putting the Serration back on here. The additional effect of confusing enemies? Yeah, but like, is that necessary? And because we're leaning so hard on, like, Galvanize and our Arcane, it's just not doing a whole lot just yet. Like, it's got to get that ramp up real bad. Like, once it ramps up, it's good. But it's just so slow to ramp. So, like, yeah, the blast isn't doing a whole lot of damage here. But the idea was, or at least the theory was, that the blast would just add any extra AoE, right? No, it doesn't feel like blast is the move here. I am starting to be inclined to agree with you. I am starting to be inclined to agree with that. So I don't think blast is the way to go. At least not here. I feel like it was doing better with just heat here. But I feel like I still want to have cold on here just because it's the primed elemental mod. So it just feels like it needs to go... Could do like corrosive cold. Right? But I think corrosive heat's probably the way to go. But also I really would like to keep that prime mod for its extra damage. I would really like to keep that extra prime mod for the damage. Oh yeah, I'm not adding any Warframe buffs on here at all. Mikey. This is no Warframe buffs. That wasn't activating, no Vex armor, no Nourish, just the pure Warframe buffs, or pure, Phasmu. I always test a weapon without any form of extra stuff there. Honestly, like, doesn't feel good. Let's put it that way. Does not feel the greatest. Hey Dan, how you doing? Viral. Oh, what does cold go into? Cold goes into viral, blast, magnetic. Do I care about any of those? I think I just gotta say no to the cryo rounds at this point. If I want to do anything. or we just go into the viral on here. I think we go back to the viral, I think. We go back into the viral. Go back into the viral, and then we look at... I don't like the idea of going into the crits because it's just so low of a crit chance. And like, we don't want to be working with this side because this side doesn't get multi-gun co. So let's try just like going super high into the fire rate for a quick second. I like how the reload says that it's a 0.2 of a second, but it's very much not. This reload is incorrect information. That is incorrect. Don't be scared. Please. We're applying so much heat and electric that it makes sense to go into Elementalist here. It feels... Oh yeah, that's much better. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. That's feeling better. Still not great, but it feels a little bit better going into Elementalist here. Interestingly, though, the electricity proc from it isn't doing the AoE to it, which is interesting. Why is it not doing the electricity? Are they just too spread out? Maybe they're just too spread out. He's like, I know who I'm going to be using this on. There is very one clear winner who's going to be very good for this. Okay, the electric AoE is going through. Okay. Okay. I was gonna say, I was wondering if the electric AoE was actually transferring through, but it was. It's just not a... I forgot that electric doesn't actually give you a status effect, it just deals damage. So this is the clear winner. Because then we got 3 elements that are getting Elementalist off of it, which is quite nice. Right? Like, this is just the clear winner. Oh yeah, no, I knew Araxia would be bonkers for this. And then if you go into Blast, then anybody with Zada's Whisper obviously would be the other one to go for. Right? I feel like Magnetic makes sense for that. Zada's Whisper's underrated? Oh, I feel like it's definitely not underrated. I don't know about the viral though, right? I feel like I did like the Blast better. Not because it was better, just because I like Blast. I'll admit it. I have an addiction. It's Blast. I'm gonna blast. Gonna blast. The boy is having his treatums. Are you having a good treatum? Oh yeah, he's eating a big crunch. Oh yeah, the boy big crunch. The crunchiest of crunch. The reload time, not holding down the trigger before, how are we doing today? Not too bad, Duck, how are you? Yeah, this is just not accurate. In any way, shape, or form. Okay, let's go back to the wiki. Damage pulses increased by that. Okay, let's take a peek here. Primary fire shoots, explosion, initial enemy, initial hit and explosion apply statuses separately. So that's kind of the reason why I was wanting to go into Blast, was for that functionality, but it kind of feels not great. But like, as you said, Lavos for the free Blast would actually go really hard on here. Or also, thermal transfer, of course. Alternate fire, we don't care about alternate fire. True damage staggers. Caliban Sniper, having fun figuring out what works out with it. Oh, I love Caliban Sniper. Healthy version, like Sun plus Coda's Horedo, double immortality. Oh yeah, I've done that one. That one's very good. Cannot equip that, eh? Alright. Crowd control, healing, auto, high fire rate, above average status chance, high fire rate, held, low accuracy. Damage ramp up. Yeah, we don't care about the alt fire. The alt fire isn't real for me. Initial apply sizes separately. Explosion does not need direct line of sight. Explosion. Fire on enemy. Yeah, we don't care about the chains. We're not playing for that. Although maybe we do play for the chains. Maybe we just say screw it to the multi-gun co when we play for the chains. You know what I mean? Ow. What was that? Oh, it's for if it's regenning. Ah, I see, I see. I see. It's if you don't do the full reload. Alright. See, but like this just feels like we should be playing for this. Let's try it just going into the alt fire here. Oh, did you know you need enemies to be able to test something? Yeah, but we don't really need the prime, right? It primes for itself. Like, we don't need the alt fire at all for priming, at least in my opinion. He's just applying the same stats that we're already applying. Like, maybe that is the idea, is that you prime with that into a wide area, but even then, we don't really care about the priming because we're dealing damage only to a singular target from aptitude. Like, this kind of feels like where I want to go with the build. Because it's doing, like, not bad damage. Right? Like, it's chunking through them. It's not a bad single target weapon. Right? Like, it is chunking them. And, like, the AoE on it is in itself doing the priming for us. Right? Well, the reason why we're not playing for the alt fire is because the primary fire has multi-gun-co, so we're getting the extra... We're getting some really huge benefits from the multi-gun-co on this thing. I just feel like we don't want viral on here, but I also feel like I don't know what else we're going to do with cryo rounds. But now that we got Elementalist on here, Blast could work, but then it's getting only Blast damage. Could we get Blast and Electric? But then this side's only getting Blast. How did I have it set up for Blast? Was it just Heat here? Because then we have Magnetic, Electricity, Blast. We're losing Viral and Heat for 2 elements, but then we have like a status priming companion for the Viral. It feels like let's give it a shot. But maybe do we go back to the Corrosive Blast? Do we go back to the Corrosive Blast on here? But then we would have to get rid of Magnetic Capacity to fit that in. Do we try that first? Let's try that first. Go like that. We go like that. We go, Kuroki? I mean, the blast is doing a lot more blast. So that's nice. But I feel like having the double dots was doing better. Realistically. Yeah, the double dots were certainly doing a lot more damage. So I think doing the double dots makes the most sense. So we go back over here, we go here, we go here, we go here, we go... Guess we go viral. It just kind of makes the most sense, but like maybe I'm just harping too much on hoping that this will do something. You know what I mean? Like, am I trying to force that too hard to use prime cryo rounds? But it also feels like it was doing the most damage out of things that we tested. What else could we put on here instead of prime cryo rounds? We could throw on radiation and then, but then we're... No, we're not throwing on radiation. We could try, like, heavy cal for just even more multi-gun co shenanigans. Just go super hard into it, but I think that's way over investing at that point. I feel like this is the way I want to go with it. This kind of feels like the best route. Why didn't anyone tell you it was this good? Literally every content creator ever has told you it's that good. What are you on? For crit chance? It's got a 15% crit chance. It just feels like it's not good enough to lean into. Right? Because if we throw on crit chance here... where are you? It's only getting us to a 45%, right? Like, that to me doesn't feel right. You don't watch content creators? What the hell am I then? What the frig? Crux? Yeah, we tried Crux. I wasn't the biggest fan of it, but now leaning into the double elements here, I think is probably a better choice. We can try Crux back here. But let's go back into the magnetic. So, like, the whole idea behind the magnetic, right? Magnetic. Is A, it's another element, and B, it's more magazine. But if we go into the Crux now with the extra 2 elements here, it might be the right choice now. Because we got Elementalist, we got Heat, and we got Electric with each shot. Acuity? No, Acuity is not multiplicative crit chance increase, it's additive. So it would be giving us 300, and instead leaning into the statuses with multi-shot is where I feel like going into. Acuity, like, ever since that change with Acuity, it's just been feeling less and less good. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not that it's bad, it's just, it doesn't feel as strong as it once was, is more the comment. Right, and if we're going for, like, the maximum is where we can, this is kind of what I'm looking towards, is like this. Because then when you use this with, like, any weapon platform frame, right, you're going to be sitting at some pretty nasty damage numbers. So, like, you know, we go like that, we go like this, we go like this. Right? And it's just melting stuff when you use it, like, with a weapon platform. Like, Lavos, Araxia, obviously. That's why I'm using her here. Like, she's just one-shotting stuff. Chroma, Mirage, any of those. Especially any weapon platform that gives you another element to play with. Very good for new players. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. But it definitely feels like it needs additional damage from a weapon platform. But then, like, is the weapon itself good, or is it just weapon platforms doing weapon platform things? You know what I mean? Like, this is, it's a good weapon, but it's also Araxia doing Araxia things. Would be better used with a grouping frame? I tried the blast a few times. I tried it with a bit of a group. Like, we could try it again, but, like, it just wasn't doing enough damage solo to make it even worthwhile. Basmu with Inaros? Yeah, the Basmu with Inaros would be super good. But, like, that said, it's not like it's doing poor damage, right? It's doing good damage on its own. And having both electricity and heat on here, so, like, we're not combining, is quite nice, because then we're getting just the extra there. Heat stacker, yeah, it's already got heat natively on it. Right? So each shot deals heat and electric, which is quite nice. Sigwin Tron, how you doing? Welcome in. And, like, this is without any Warframe buffs or damage vulnerability or anything like that. It's, like, it's chunking through them. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad. And I think Crux with this is doing pretty well here. Yeah, it's alright. It brings the weapon up to, you know, 2025. It's not going to be changing, like, you know, Basmu lovers are going to love it. It's not going to be changing a lot of things for a lot of players, though. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not bad. It does bring the Basmu up to some pretty good levels now. It is hitting like a truck. You know? And this is not reducing armor on these things other than with heat. You throw this on, like, a weapon platform Chroma that has pillage, it would just do silly things. Or Mirage, or anything that has armor strip. Like, Gyre would go wild with this. Weapon platform Gyre, she would go nutty with this. Don't tell you that? No, I need to tell you that. It's additive damage, Duck. Generally speaking, most things are going to be additive damage. Yeah, like, look, Gyre just does Gyre dumb, crazy things, right? Like, this is nothing other than conductive spheres. So, like, you know, any weapon platform is going to be happy with this weapon. Especially any weapon platform that brings extra elements for you, right? And that's really where I think its main features come out. A lot of fire rate. I tried it with a lot of fire rate. It wasn't that good. Maybe with Crux and extra fire rate, but the extra status chance that, or extra damage that we're getting from having magnetic on here, I think is stronger. Like, you know, we'll just grab my Chroma and we'll kill a few things for a few minutes here. Activate Vex, activate Nourish, activate this. Right? Like, give this a minute. Chroma needs to warm up. He needs to get out of the pool. The weak point damage mods? No, because Acuity is just not that great for this. I would rather lean heavier into the status chance and thus multi-shot. Like, Acuity is great for when it's more of a crit-inclined weapon. Okay, let Vex armor charge up. It's a little bit sleepy, okay? Try it with Harrow yet? No, but like Harrow would go wild with it, absolutely. I tried the double fire rate. It wasn't that good. But like, see, Chroma just does Chroma things. On Harrow, it would do really well because it's the reload speed. Have I tried Acuity? I haven't tried Acuity, no. My gut instinct is that Acuity isn't going to be that great because if you're leaning in for the statuses, it's got such low crit chance. It just feels like you'll just be yellow critting and then you'll be losing a lot of damage overall. Right? Harrow would be good on here because, like, yeah, we don't have the full max health here, but Penance gives you back shields, or gives you back reload speed and fire rate. Right? And then we do armor stripping Harrow. And then the reload speed's so much faster. Actually, with the Vidaria, I prefer going multi-shot. Yeah, so like if you're giving it both increased fire rate and reload speed, yeah, then it's good. But the extra reload speed, like the duration of the reload speed being so low as it is, it just doesn't feel that great. We could try just for the sake of it. Why did you all get back your armor? See, like, you know, Harrow being Harrow is good. But that's Harrow being Harrow. For the sake of the argument, let's try doing a crit build. So, like, we'll try the whole Acuity, crit delay, Serration, Aptitude because the multi-gun co. They still haven't fixed that bug. Vital Sense. Electricity. What was I running on it? I was running Viral. So we go into like that, and then what would this be? Bladed rounds for the extra crit damage. I would lean more into scope, I think, for the crit chance. If anything. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. It actually is better than I thought. I think I still prefer the status build, though. Got the augment? Yeah, I'm out of room on the for the build. I'll have to go throw this into We don't have a dash here, on here. Yeah, we don't even have an arcane on here. I was not giving this thing a proper try in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, we won't be able to fit scope on here. Scope will not be able to be fit on here, unfortunately. Eh. Okay, I need to go level this up here first. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely think the multi-shot build is stronger at the moment, but we need to give the acuity build a proper try. Give it its time. Let's see how the status build feels in mission. Yeah, see, like, immediately melted. We gotta remember that, oh, is this, what build am I on? Oh, I don't even know what build I'm on here. Yeah, we'll be fine. Shut up, stop your yapping. Sorry, Lotus. Quiet. Yeah, like... this just feels better. Now that said, it's, you know... Oh, we're not on the steel path. That also would help. That makes sense why that seemed so much. I was like, wait a second. Why are these dying so quickly? Oh, they're level 80, not 180. That makes much more sense. No, please listen to the buttons that I press. No, thank you. Oh. Nah, this is the hybrid build. I already know what build this is. Just needed a second to take a look at it. Quit your yapping. You send me an in-game name using that command. What the bot tells you there? Yeah. I mean, like, it's kind of hard to beat that. The acuity build's gonna have to try really hard to beat this, but also this is Araxia, so it's kind of cheating. It's kind of hard to beat this. But again, it's Araxia doing Araxia things, so it is cheating. I'll admit it. Damage vulnerability plus, you know, a couple hundred toxin % damage plus AoEs plus corrosive from the toxin AoEs. Yeah, this is the hybrid build, 10,000%. How's everyone's weekly gone? It was a pretty good week, actually. You got Noko? Sheesh, lucky bug. See, the other problem is, like, I just don't like Acuity. Like, Acuity has its time and place, and when we're looking at status-based builds, I feel like Acuity just does better. Or, multi-shot just does better. Especially because we're playing into the Elementalist on here. But we'll have to sort of see how it plays out after we throw another form or two on this thing. I don't think Acuity's the go-to on here, but we'll definitely give it a try. Just for testing sake. Yo, Zos, how you doing today, dude? But again, I understand that this is getting hugely amplified by the fact that we're using Araxia. Busy day at work with all the snow? Oh yeah, you're in HVAC, ain't you? I'm sure you've been getting a lot of calls about that stuff today. Yeah, I mean, like, this is the way that I like it. Like, this will be the build that I put out in a short. But, like, we'll give the Acuity a try just for the sake of it. I just feel like with a 2x crit damage and an, you know, 14-15% crit chance, I just feel like Acuity's not the way to go. Personally. I do like the Crux on here, though. A, so I don't have to reload as often, but also for the extra status chance. Because the shots apply heat, toxic, or heat and electric. Because the AoE and the base damage are, the AoE of the shot and the regular aspect of the shot are two separate status instances. Right? So we're able to get both the heat and the electric super quick and easy up on people. It's kind of where I think this wants to go into. Kind of what it feels like, at least to me. Also, like, sheesh. And, like, maybe I'm trying too hard to force the multi-gun co, but I feel like that's the right answer still. Full weapon platform, Silken Stride, Zadas. You can't put Zadas and Silken Stride on at the same time. Silken Stride's in the same category as Zadas and Roar. And Mirage. Eclipse, sorry. Hello. Oh, man. Yeah. That was certainly one of the options, though. Is Blast with Zadas Whisper would go wild on this thing, obviously. Excuse me. Yeah, only 24. Nate, how's it going? Welcome in. Like, on a health heavy, what's his name? The other one that the Blast build would go really well with is health heavy Hydroid. Would go wild for the corrosive 100% armor stripping faster and easier plus viral tempest. So like that would be really good with the Blast build that we were messing around with earlier. Health heavy Hydroid? No, I can't. I could barely say it once. Feel like you followed me before, but Twitch be Twitch. You know what? I'm happy to have you here now. That's all that matters to me. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I feel like while the Blast seems like it would be fun, I don't think it's the answer. 29. Your game crashed as soon as you were testing the new core? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Hey, give me back my weapon. This way. Oh man, I had the good room sitting here the whole time. What the frig? I had it here the whole time. Hiya. There we go.
To strike, you strike to win. The lesson
Alright. I'll be back in a hot second. I just need to close my window. It's a little chilly now. Hydroid Prime? Hydroid Prime's so good. I love Hydroid. And like, if you did a health heavy Hydroid, it would do really well. Yeah, the other thing is, like, I don't want to invest an Umbral form on here. But, or, Omni on here. So, like, I don't think I could get everything on here. But if I want to do that build, I would need to do that, and that makes me sad. Baz. At least it's a V. It's only gonna take one to get it on here. There we go. So it's viral heat. So we're losing one element on the weapon. But we're gaining the crit chance and the crit damage. And we're gaining dexterity for the extra headshot multiplier. Which does play well into the electricity because, of course, dexterity does, electricity can land headshots. Which is nice. I also really think that I just need to say no to prime, cryo rounds. Realistically here. Yo, Kaz, how you doing? Or Kels? Yep. I think that the prime cryo rounds is just weighting it too heavily into viral, whereas we want to be playing more around the heat and the electric on it.
your enemies have confused all the new blood.
The Oregon Neurocentre is approaching from this place. Stand by for life support.
But also, the cutie is kinda running them over. When you land the headshots. Don't you need deadhead, not dexterity? What did I go for? Did I throw on dexterity by accident? Oh, I did. Oops. Oh, whoops-a-daisy.
We should check each other over things.
Watch my shorts for a while. Thought you pop in for a stream on Twitch. Also, best way to mod dual toxicist. Is stats the best or crit? Typically, people go for crit. Hey, dude. How's it going? Also, dude, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Blast electricity, would that get rid of the innate heat? Yes. Yes, it would. Yeah, we're also losing Elementalist on here. Which is kind of poo-poo, but Let's see how it feels. I really prefer the multi-shot builds, just in general, but we'll give the Acuity a shot. Because Acuity does give us multi-gun code damage there, and then we could possibly drop Serration that we have on there. Which means that we could go into Elementalist for the electricity and the heat. Right? We don't need Serration, necessarily. Yeah, time to actually aim. Yeah, that's the other problem. Aiming. Also, without Crux, we're reloading so much more frequently. Yes, good damage, but overall less enjoyable gameplay so far for me. But we'll give it a try. Much better damage than I was expecting, to be fair. It is critting for quite a lot. You know, 250,000 or 900,000, you know. But you gotta land those headshots. But, like, when you do land those headshots, it's pretty tasty. But I think I liked the status chance, the more status inclined build here. And the more multi-shot. I think I like that better. But I think Prime Cryo rounds is the wrong answer, and it makes me very upset to hear that. I think going viral still makes sense, but I think not Prime Cryo rounds, so that we aren't wading into viral too much. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Is you can kind of lean more into a more relaxed playstyle with not using the Acuity. Right? And that's the other side of it for me. Because the amount of time that we're having to reload here just doesn't feel good. While yes, good damage, overall enjoyment factor lessened. Now, like, on an Evade Harrow, but then you would need a lot of health to make that worthwhile on an Evade Harrow. But Evade Harrow would love this. Yeah, it's also a projectile weapon, which makes Acuity less enjoyable for me too. I generally don't like Acuity on projectile weapons. Makes it a little bit harder to land headshots. Which is a skill issue, I'll admit it. Yeah, but do you really need heals? That's the problem. Like, most high health weapon platforms have a heal inside of their kit. Which, if you're wanting to play with this, you're generally going to be going for the higher health frames, right? Heck yeah, Rainy! Are you gonna try to get MR30 before the old piece? It's the old piece, it's real! The old piece is real! Any weebs in chat? Mania, how about you kindly just F off? Ow. Ah! No, that was just more Mania deflects all bullets, so you can't actually kill Mania very well when you're playing Araxia. You have to like get out of your spider form and melee. I was just being obstinate. Because Araxia's heals just pressure 1 and you win life. Now that said, yes, the reloading would have healed me. Yes, you are right. Yeah, it does count as a roll. Yeah. It activates rolling guard. And like, I could have just stuck to a wall to go invisible against Mania there, but again, I was just like, meh, doesn't really matter. Yeah, we'll get this thing leveled out and then we'll head on out. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad damage. Like, it's really good damage. But the other one was more fun. Yeah, I like the acuity better. Or not the acuity, I like the multi-shot with trucks better. "13 frames left for the helmet." Ooh, slowly but surely. Yeah, it's just the constant reloading just doesn't feel good. Especially with how much fire rate this thing has just from redirect bond or reinforced bond. And it feels like we were getting a higher, I didn't look at my KPM at the end of that last mission. It looks like we were getting a higher KPM here with the other one. But again, this isn't finished, so gotta give it a little bit more time. Like, it's doing higher single target damage, but because of the less status chance, or the less multi-shot, it feels like less group damage. Which, with Warframe being a horde game now, horde shooter game, it feels much more like that's a better option. So yes, acuity viable. No, it's not for Zenos. Also, its reload animation really bothers me. The random red circles following, or red shenanigans following me around, like, no, please make it stop. Yeah, I'll just switch into a different energy color. Acuity can be used to slot in for single target, maybe replacing Bursting for Acolyte. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it could certainly go into that direction. Finally caught a stream, love my content. Thanks so much. Welcome on in. How you do? Oh, they stole my gun. Rude. You don't want to deal with my Sicarus. The my Sicarus is much better than this. You stole my gun twice? Why are you so stupid? Fucking stupid. Guns? How dare you? Also, mods, if you haven't yet, shout at Ben. Shout at that Brit. Nope. Araxi is immune to all stats effects while in her fourth. Where are you going? Just take your lumps. No, we need to go find a health pod. Inspiration from Macaster Noko? Heck yeah! Yeah, so acuity, yes, not bad, but just not for Zenos. I kind of like the more status inclined, like that type of stuff. Like, that just feels more fun to me. But I think we need to get that weighting more towards off of viral on the weapon. So that means removing prime crow rounds. Just so it's weighted more towards viral and more towards heat and electric. That's natively on the weapon. Even though it's not going to be like a huge change in status weighting, it'd actually probably be a significant chunk. It's 100% less damage. But then also more status chance, so it'd be weighting even further into that. Gas, I was thinking gas, but if we're going like super high status chance with multi-shot, if anything, I would go towards blast. Right? Gas is, to me... Oh, for something else? Ah, my apologies. Don't mind me. Okay, let's skedaddle. Oh, the Bubonico, yes. What? Why did you? Okay. All right, Auraxia. No. No. This is the big problem with Auraxia is I'm just absolutely awful with aiming her movement. The change in perspective really messes with me with movement. I'll fully admit it. It's a skill issue. Ben, I think that's probably going to be when we go back to current Tau in 2026. That's my bet. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I prefer this. This is nice, but this. Which we'll do that, and then we'll go, cold. Hey, Hero. What's, oh, why don't I just do that? What did I do with my life? So, that will, what? Our statuses would be weighted 31% electric, 31% heat versus 18% heat. Yeah, definitely that. Less damage. Overall, yes, but the increased status chance and the increased weighting towards the elements that we actually care about, I think will be overall better. Yeah, like, look at that status chance. 200% status chance. Sheesh. Okay, let's give this a try now with a little bit better weighting. Let's take this in for a quick one and done. And then we'll take a look at what people have been sending.
Each enemy is more powerful than with true mastery of the Tenuars, will you succeed.
Oregon Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life.
Let's do a quick little testy test here. Yeah, this is much more my style. Much more Zeno style here. And I think it's actually killing faster because of the elements, element weighting into heat and electric. Yeah, this is so much better. Sorry, this is so much better for me. Yeah, this is with less viral weighting. So viral and the damaging elements have the same percentage chance. Yeah, this is so much more Zenos here. Like, just shredding, actually. And, like, you can mod it into Blast if you're using Zada's Whisper very easily. Right? Throw it on a Gauss with Thermal Sunder, Thermal Transfer plus Zada's. Or, you know, a Labos with Zada's for weapon platforming. But this is very much more my style. It definitely needs a weapon platform to really make it shine. Right? Like, you can't take this onto a non-weapon platform frame and expect these similar results. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Playstyle and preference? No, I don't have anything like that. It's on the list that's a mile long of things to do. I'm hoping to get back to the point where I've got like 2 weeks of shorts backlog. Which that is going to be a part of that whole effort. Yeah, this is just so much more my style. Acarius Prime? That thing ain't humble, okay? That thing screams into the night. Okay, first off, the Seer isn't humble, it's the Mighty Seer! Very important. Yeah, and I like the magnetic because that it just kind of like helps to deal with shields and overguards so that the heat and the electric can like do a little bit more. And then on top of that, the viral helps out with health damage. I think this is, yeah, I think this is the way we want to go. Because then we're spitting out 4 elements, baseline, 5 if you got a helmet. Yeah. This is much more me. The Acuity build was a fun experiment. Is good. Can confirm. Not a bad choice. But this is... I kind of also just like the death by 1,000 cuts, you know? And by that, I mean 1,000 electric and heat stats on it. She's silly strong? Yeah, Varuna's wild. Both literally and figuratively. I mean, like, I like big crits, but I just don't think that I want to give up the multi-shot for it. But yeah, I think this is the build. Because then we're weighted basically evenly between viral and electric and viral and heat. So we're absolutely getting all the viral. We're getting full max magnetic pretty dang quickly too with how much status chance. Because this also is including Crux into its status pooling. Because what? Its baseline status chance is 29%. So that's 90% right there just from Crux. Hey, Krumpy. So we're sitting at actually closer to 280% status chance. Right? That's 191 plus another 90 from Crux. So we're sitting at 2 something. My shorts are amazing. Thanks so much, Mythical. Welcome in. Yeah, I think this is the way I'm going to go. This is the build. This will be tomorrow's short. Amalgam Serration just for the sprint speed and the multi-gun co. Again, that into the multi-gun co. Crux just for the ammo efficiency, just so you can keep spraying, and also the status chance, so you get the heat and the heat and the magnetic from here. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. The Acuity build, not bad, just not my style. Although theoretically, I could actually free up this mod slot for something else. But what would I do instead of that? right? Because we got Acuity here for the neutral damage. We got Dreadful Kill Shot for the neutral damage to go multiplicative into here along with Primary Deadhead. So we could actually replace this with Rad. Actually, we'd probably just replace this with Magnetic. Go back into the magnetic capacity. 1 million endo? Yeah, that's without all of the duplicate mods and the hundreds of Iatan sculptures I got sitting in my bank account. Like, this would be the Acuity build, right? And I'll probably still put this out as, like, an option for people.
There's a whole world beyond Tom Bailey's voice.
Like, I'll put out both the Acuity and the, status side. Ask about a very underrated weapon, the Aliak. Most people avoid it because it's a hard farm while available Warframe. No, it's absolutely fantastic. It's multi-gunco. It's pretty good. It's pretty strong. It's not like, you know, wildly good, but certainly not bad. You have 35 endo. You gotta also remember that I play this game for a living. So my everything is not to be something that you should be judging your loadouts on. I think the Aliak is not from Chipper. I think it's from... Actually, now that I put the magnetic on here... now that I got the magnetic on here, actually... it's still the reloading's the problem for me. It's still the reloading. Yeah, Aliak's for Zarman, yeah. Yeah, it's the reload is what kills it for me. Still not bad. Like, not bad in any way, shape, or form. It's just a personal preference thing. This is very good. This is very strong. But I prefer this. I prefer the multi-shot. I prefer the extra fire rate. I prefer the stupidly high status chance. This is very much more my style. But this is also quite good. And then gives you options, depending on how you want to play. A 4.4 crit multi is not bad, especially if you're playing with Invisa Araxia weapon platform, right? This build here. With Crepuscular for the extra crit damage and Arachne for the extra regular damage. Try the Acuity build with Crux. The problem is that it's got a very high jitter to it. It's not accurate. The this for the weapon recoil and for the accuracy is I think necessary. At least for the way that I played. Now that said, we could just throw on a stabilizer instead of terminal velocity. And then it would probably feel better. Which we would not be able to get into the build properly unless I throw another Omniforma in here, and I don't really feel like doing that. But if you throw on a stabilizer or a prime stabilizer instead of terminal velocity, yeah, absolutely, you could go that route. It would be pretty solid. Do I want to throw another Omni on here just for the sake of the argument? Let's see. We go like this, we go here, we go like that. That didn't mess up this build. Good. We're sitting at 8. Not enough for that. Put on a Prime subscribe too? I can't. But Skira can. Thanks, Skira, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. I don't know. I'm going to give it a try. I'm just probably not going to feed an Omni to it. But luckily enough, we don't need to. Right? We just swap that around. I just realized that we had the spare capacity there. Where's my lethal momentum? Hi, kiddo. Thanks, hero. You didn't catch me this time, nerd. Not this time. We got a full 12. Wisp fight tower. Well, I mean, there's not much better than an Araxia weapon platform for this type of thing. Super high health, the extra toxin. Thank you very much, Ace. Holy crap, 5 gifted subs, dude. Sheesh. Thank you so much, Ace. Theory crafting's your endgame. Theory crafting's also my endgame. Twitch paid you for all the surveys? Nice. Get out of here, nerd. Why? Oh, this is the Invisa weapon platform. Yeah. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad. Oh, you know what? We got a hype train. We'll snooze the ads here. We got a hype train. Thank you very much, Ace. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your generosities. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot something. Derp. And derp. Could not update account information. I didn't do anything. I just hit exit. Huh? Huh? ¿Qué pasa? Alright. That's odd. Alright. Sure. Progress was not saved? That's okay. I don't need your progress to save. Same thing's happened to you? It just might be their, servers having some problems. Yeah, we could try the crux on here. Hold on. The other thing that I want to do here is, hold. Prime rounds. Ah, okay. We'll just do that. We'll do that. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll just put a regular stabilizer on there. If anybody wants in for the hype train, you can get in on the hype train, get yourself some cool little emotes. Any Twitch primers in chat, steal those Bezo bucks. Jeff Bezos doesn't need your money, but Zenos does. Hashtag shameless. Oh, right, this is with Nourish. Okay, Stream Elements is having some problems, apparently. Oh, or is my internet having problems? Huh? Don't forget that if you're buying subs on mobile, to make sure to spend it through the make sure to buy your subs through the browser, not mobile. Not the app. Because you get charged an extra 30% because of Apple and Google. Yeah, like, in theory, better, but again, I prefer the other side. Not necessarily better, but just like higher damage output on singular targets. But I prefer the other side more. Not that it's bad, just not for me. Warframe servers go down? Something certainly happened. Yeah, I mean, we're just not reloading as much, right? Because we got Crux on here now. So that does help to solve part of the problem. But now we're just hitting less headshots because of the recoil. Right? Because now we don't have Deadhead. But at least now we're not reloading as much. But we did throw on Stabilizer, which is helping quite a lot here. Thanks everyone for the hype train. Appreciate y'all. Okay, now that the hype train's gone, we gotta run a quick ad break. You know the deal, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch server, otherwise it takes, see you in it. Yeah. Warframe is doing a thing. Yeah, the chat servers seem to be a little bit upset. Could also just be Steam doing Steam things. It is Tuesday afternoon. Tuesday evening, the traditional time of when Steam does their updates. So it could just be a Steam problem, not a Warframe problem. But also, I don't know how that operates on Steam, on Warframe side of things and whatnot. What happened? Great question. I don't know. Yeah, so if you want to play into the Acuity build, I think this is the way to go. If you want to play into the status build, which this is my preferred build, this is the way to go here. You forget every single Tuesday? Yeah, I wonder if this is a Steam thing or if this is a Warframe thing. I don't know, obviously. But this is the build that I prefer. Still not bad. Like, still good. Just not for me. I prefer this. But at least now we have the option. Are you on Steam side there? Yuck Young? It could just be Steam doing Tuesday maintenance shenanigans as usual. Servers are down, you think you're on Xbox? Then maybe it's a Warframe thing, if the servers are having problems. Where did I lose my status chance from? I had 190. Why is it down now to 139? Oh. Orexia. This build has higher health and it's building in the Dreadful Kill launcher. That's why. Dreadful Kill shot is pulling in there. Temporarily unavailable? Yeah, there's not much I can do about that. And by not much, I mean quite literally nothing. Yo, Angelic, how you doing? Yeah, I think it's the way I want to go. This feels better. This is very good, but this feels more enjoyable for me. How am I still in game? Streamer powers. Through the power of streamer power. Diary, dear diary. Yeah, I like this better. It's true, we get a direct line right into DE's headquarters. The fact that, like, it's really crazy. The Japanese, like, creators, they actually put a whole underwater line straight to Toronto. London, Ontario. It's wild. They go all the way around the Magellan's Pass, up to St. Lawrence, and right into Toronto. It's crazy. Singular line for every single creator. It's just a mess under there. A complete mess underwater. Fun fact on the underwater line, every 2 kilometers is a small statue of Hydroid. Yeah, and in between every one of those is a statue of Ureli. Yeah. A Noggle of Hydroid, and then Ureli, and then Hydroid Ureli. Every kilometer. The Ureli statues were NDA shit. Fuck me. The Warframe content creator IP line is kept powered personally by DE Steve running a giant hamster wheel. Accurate. That's why that guy's jacked. Moist cereal? Yeah. Servers down? Apparently. Who's this cutie? I don't know. I don't see no cutie. Alright. Angelic Harbinger, thanks for the follow. Ah, Phantom, how you doing? You don't remember what condemned you to your account that way? Probably psychopathy. Was it a Fisher when you got kicked? Yeah, apparently. You just need to have streamer powers. Just spend a year and a half streaming only Warframe, get invited into the Warframe content creator program, create a short a day every day for a year, and then you get a direct line to DE's HQ. That's how this works. Imagine if that was real. It sounds so easy. I know, it's crazy. Or drink 56 pints of milk. Yeah, but that's only if you're in the UK does that function. Sadly, if you're in Canada, it's like a whole year and a half process. Has to be whole milk too, no cheating. Oat milk is also fine for those of you who are allergic to milk and dairy products. Oat milk is allowed. Give us 1% of your ultimate streamer power. You can only get 1% of it if you're in a relic mission with me, because then you get golds because I have streamer powers for golds. It actually is kind of funny how much golds I get. Like, I legitimately at a certain point was just like, Zach, have you given me like something extra on my account? Servers down? Yeah, apparently. Not for me, for some reason. But yes, apparently the servers are borked at the moment. I wonder if I can even look at people's builds in fashion. Oh, sweet, I can. Judge of Time! Okay, I think your Corvex looks cool, but I think that these are not the right shoulder pieces. It feels very top-heavy and feels very busy. But otherwise, I do like the fashion. Noko. Ooh, that's really actually nice. I like that a lot. I would probably make this gray-blue stand out a little bit more against the black and the other gray. Because you're kind of losing definition there, but that's also a Zenos thing. Ooh, but that looks good. Fierce! How you doing? Thanks for the follow. And X with a sock. I'm gonna sock you. Watch out. With like an actual literal sock. I'm not gonna punch you because that would be illegal. I'm just gonna throw a sock. A brand new fresh sock. I'm not a creep. Very beautiful Lavos. Comey. Unlegal unless it's a duel? See, but I live in Canada. It's actually considered part of the marriage rights to throw very clean, brand new socks at somebody. So, Sock, we're actually getting married. Congratulations. I hope you have money because I don't have any. Farrah, this looks sick. I love that. What happened to the servers? Great question. Crunchy socks? No, I said brand new fresh socks. Master is giving Dobby a sock? Yeah, that's exactly it. Did the servers crash? Apparently. There you go. Now you can all stop asking me. Actually, that's not true. Warframe players can't read, so they'll still ask me. Gauss? Thermal Thunder build looks like? What's the best fashion I saw and had to steal? Comey. This one here. This one was from Key. I couldn't get a Comey fashion. Key sent this. Immediately swiped. I love this fashion, actually. I love Comey. She's so good. Gauss Prime. What you got? Efficiency Steadfast. Better at fashion framing. Color wheels. That's not a joke. I actually made a whole short on it. Color wheels. Basby with Araxia? Yeah, it does it with Araxia. It does it with other weapon platforms. I think it does best on Araxia. Gauss with thermal transfer. Valiance formation on Lavos. Also very good. Right? You want to feed more statuses into it. I mean, the only thing I would say is not run Steadfast here. Right? You're going to be doing shield gating for your survivability with all these auger mods. right? So steadfast can mess up your shield gating, so that's the only thing I'd be concerned about on here if you want to be going this type of a build. I'd also say you probably want some more strength. I'd also say you don't need rolling guard necessarily. But, you know, it's also good because it cleanses toxins. This protects you from basically everything. Rick, what you got? Righto. Excited for November 28th? Very. I'm excited for every dev stream. You don't even need to ask. I love dev streams. They're my favorite thing in the world, other than patch notes. I love patch notes. They're just so good. This is a beautiful rhino. I actually really like this deep red on the cape. That's a really good color choice there. I don't know, man. What does the text say up there? It's right there. Right over there. Right there. You saw that earlier. Oh, wait with you. To watch the dev podcast? You mean with Tato? So, well, I mean that's what the message says over there. It's right there. Here, I can move it into front in the middle of the screen to make it really obvious here. Here we go. Next. Ooh. 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 That's very pretty. Man, I love Eleanor. She's just beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful. Broken War. We saw this earlier. Oh, with you. Dreadful kill shot. Okay, so you went into crits, but you didn't go, whatchamacallit. Alright. Hey, Sage. Yeah, so you went to a crit status hybrid. I think this is more where I would go. I wouldn't lean fully into Acuity. I like this more than, like, a full Acuity build, because also I'm just addicted to multi-shot. I'll admit it. And then what? You went Heat just to boost up the Heat some more? Corrosive Heat? Yeah. With Crux. Yeah, this is... I like this better than the just straight Acuity, but certainly not bad. Warframe players and not being able to read. Who else do I want to try this on? Like, I know it's good on Gyre. We tried it on Gyre. We tried it on Harrow. Both very strong. What else is like a fun weapon platform? Valiant's Formation Labos? Would a big red arrow help? I can't make a big red arrow. I don't have that tech. Got stuck in the foundry? Yeah, I've had to, I had to do some few things. Limbo? No, I'm not a masochist today. You don't want me to be using my Sicarus, bro. It's right.
The Oricon Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support.
Silly weapon platform Lavos. Whee! Whee! Do we got all 10? Oh, we don't have all 10 yet. What's Lavos build? Type exploit Lavos. Oh, weapon platform Lavos. How silly you are. How do you like just a billion status effects? Oh, I love that idea. That sounds delicious. Whee! Is there a weapon that acts like the new arc gun? Do you mean the Arbusep? No, there's nothing like the Arbusep out there. Shoot for MR30 for the old piece? Heck yeah. Okay, yeah, on Lavos, goes real hard. And if you throw like Zada's Whisper on Lavos and then do Blast, that would be pretty sick. Not gonna lie. For the Blast shenanigans. These do Valiance formation for Blast, and then you go wee, wee, Zada's, wee, Blast, wee. Returning player, 500 Master 14 between Mirage Prime and Core Prime. What do you think is cooler? It kind of depends on what you want to play for. I'm more of a fan of Korra, but Mirage is like a fantastic gun platform. Certainly one of the best in the game. High damage, fantastic, just like overall, just very good damage. Korra, on the other hand, sort of has like some other neat tech. Of course, you use her as like a caster with her accumulating whip claw. If you want to see my Korra build, you can type !Korra to get that. But I would say, like, largely it just kind of depends on what you're feeling, right? Warframe is kind of in the spot of where it's in the best balanced state that it's ever been. Like, nothing is like over the top. But, yeah, if you, I mean, what happened to the short stream? Oh, my dinner plans got canceled, so no longer short stream. It was short stream, and now it's no longer short stream. Okay, I do prefer it on Araxia, but that's also because Araxia funny AoE shenanigans. But also very funny on Lavos. I have super streamer powers, that's how. Stop stealing my guns! Like, I didn't steal my guns. I was freaking out for no reason. I just assumed that my gun was stolen again by these stupid Houndmasters. Yeah, I have no idea how I'm still connected. You're asking an excellent question. I have legitimately no concept. The only thing I can think of is legitimately streamer power. I also live in the same country as DE, so there maybe is just like something with that. Yeah, how's the small doing, May? Your grind has come to a halt. Don't worry, it'll come back. Make a tenant lens? No, I want a tenant Amperex before a tenant lens. Best frame to use to buff the defense objectives? What do you mean by that? Why not both? Because if I have to choose one, I'm choosing the Amperex. But I'm addicted to chain beams, so, you know. Come back! There we go. Violence? You prick. How am I playing? Streamer powers. Oh, man. Gaz, what does the message say? Oh, hi, Violence. How you doing, bud? Help you with the server situation? Sadly, no. I also can't help you with reading comprehension. Sorry. The ongoing joke. Warframe players. Can't read. Oh, I'm gonna die. I hate violence so much. Alright, gotta run some ads. See you in a second. Sometimes you don't think it's a joke? Why do you think I keep saying it? It's not a joke. Reading comprehension is the biggest problem for Warframe players. Well, manually burst fire, you never deplete the ammo, you don't use crux. Yeah, I just prefer the, I prefer crux. It's kinda nice. I believe so, it's not a joke. I don't think it's Gen Z in that number. I think it's all of America in that number, but I could be wrong. I also am not American, so I have no idea. Read hard, take time, true. But you also probably typed out that question in the same. What are my Lavos? Wait a second. What are my Lavos? Oh, there we go. I heard that if you use your Twitch Prime sub at Zenosfire on Twitch, your server will start functioning. You will be able to play Warframe, but only if you give a Twitch Prime sub to Zenosfire on Twitch. Can't confirm. See? DJ No Baby? They had the Twitch Prime sub earlier. That's why they can send me this little link. It's actually with a tier 3 sub. True! True! It's in the tier 3 sub. True! Damn, I need to get heroes on the payroll here. I mean, it's classic black and red, right? It looks good. I would try to work another color in here, though. You do get a little bit of a color in there, but I would try to work another color. VIP is only in Warframe? No, it's not VIPs. Tier 3s don't even get VIPs here. Do I have my own glyph? No, not yet, Hydro. Maybe one day. How is this possible? I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea. In fact, if you gift 100 subs at once, you get good servers, and you force them to play Siren. True and real. I've never had a 100 sub bomb yet. One of these days. That wasn't me asking for anyone to do that. Make that clear. That was just a comment. Please don't feel like anyone needs to do that. That was a joke. Thank you. I don't want anyone to feel like they need to do that. I joke about that stuff because it's funny. I'm not asking for that. I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but hi. Thanks very much. Sahala. Sahai? Hylia? I have no idea. You know how to play Limbo? In theory, yes. Do I actually play Limbo? No. Okay, if you somehow are in-game, send me your builds. Oh, you know what we should do? Wait a second. Play Limbo? No, I don't wanna. You're not the boss of me. I've only got 3 Riven slots left. Servers down? I don't know. What does the message say? What is this? Ew! How did I not see this until now? Why is this so different and weird? When did this change? Don't like. How did I not notice this till now? 6 headshots? Consider it. Oh. Alright. The server's so not happy that it didn't even let me do my Riven there. Huh. But it took my capacity? Wait a second, how do I know what Riven I just got? It took my Riven capacity, it clearly opened it. Wait, can I do newest? Recent? Rifle. Rifle. Oh. Wait a second, I want to see if I can equip this to rifle ribbon. Can I equip this? I can. This is the best ribbon ever. Look at this. Rifle. Oh, I'm losing my mind. Send help. Okay, well, I don't know if there's anything else we can really do while the servers are borked. Can anyone send me builds? I guess you can't log in. You hope Mesa gets proto-framed? Ooh, I'd be down for that. If you truly want to play with Limbo, the best weapon you recommend is Zymos because of the headshot AoE. I mean, like, the Limbo, I mean, Limbo's just good. Like, Limbo's outrageously strong. Just, the problem is that, A, people don't know how to play as Limbo, and B, people don't know how to play with a Limbo. Play Minecraft while we wait? Nah, we'll just hang out. We just hang. We just hang. Play the guitar mini game? Amalgam Serration? How dare you? You take that back. Mods, keep an eye on this devil doer. It's 10% less damage and more sprint speed. It's literally free movement. If you get to the enemies 25% faster than your allies, you get more kills. This right here, direct KPM increase. Right there. Right there. Free KPM. Move 25% faster than your allies, you get to enemies faster. You kill them more. Right there. Sheesh. Doesn't even know. Just shoot them? What if they're in another room? Servers are down? Really? I couldn't tell. Servers are down. Shit, really? Damn, son. Would never be able to tell. I should really start adding sarcasm into the stream tags. Ace, no, that's the opposite of what you were supposed to do. Not gift the sub, we're supposed to kick that person out. The heck? 15%? Wow. That's outrageous. Look at this thing. Look how bonkers that is. What the hell is that name? M3L10D4S1. Congrats. Thanks for the follow. We're in after hours mode where the sarcasm really drips out. Melodus. Well, my dyslexia doesn't like it, so congratulations, M3L10D4S1. I'm kidding around, don't worry. Melodus, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Do10, thank you for the follow. Or Dulo. Any suggestions for Grendel part nodes? Tried them twice and with no mods. Yeah, one of the big tricks to doing the Grendel missions is take like Hildren or Harrow or Wisp, because one thing that that you can equip in the Grendel missions are augments. So all three of those frames have really good augments. For some reason, you can equip augments. No other mods, but augments, yes. So like Harrow, like anything that's got a shield health, like shield tanking or like health survivability built into the kit, will do you really well. right? Wisp gives you health, gives you more health regeneration, etc., etc. Incarnate, bop, 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 bop. Or not Incarnate, sorry. Shield generation stuff. Yeah, Grendel was the one, or Hildrum was the one that I chose to. Just started Warframe, and so far Gauss is your fave? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Don't forget the sign. It's right there. It's right there. I can't forget about it. It's right there. I can read. It's right there. That's why I read patch notes for everybody. Multi-shot toxin, reload speed. Okay, so the reload speed's a little bit rough. The rest of that's great. Can you use gear wheel in Grendel missions? I don't actually know if you can. The minus reload speed's a little bit rough. 235 rolls? The reload speed's a little bit rough because the Kuva Heck, of course, has the alt fire that fires off all 4 rounds at once, which is great. But, and like, this is great for that, but the minus reload speed's a little bit rough, but you can work around it. Exergius, multi-shot, minus fire rate. I mean, the fire rate doesn't really matter. And the multi-shot's nice, and the slash is okay. But, like, I would say keep rolling that, personally. I'd keep rolling that. Zoes, Gyre? What you got? Assumably, it was unexpected server downage. Assumably. But I have no idea. I don't have a secret line to DE. Not today, at least. I don't see any of my dev friends hanging out in chat today. Ooh, Zoes. I love this. Ooh, Zoes. Yas. Yas, Zoes. Flex, Basmo. Yeah, so this is like another route that I was thinking of going here. Yeah, I mean, well, London's super snow belt, right, Zoes? So they probably got even worse than what we got here, and we got nearly, what, 15 inches in Toronto, it felt like? Maybe it's not that much, but it was significant. For what I know, real, the servers are back. But, you know, I have no idea. CM not inches? No, didn't we get, like, we got a lot more. How much snow did we get? Toronto, snowfall. No, it was 10 centimeters in, at Pearson, apparently. But then we also got more snow over the last 2 days, so probably closer to 15 centimeters here in Toronto. Between the last 3 days. Just didn't accumulate? It did actually accumulate down here, which was surprising because usually it doesn't. Like downtown? Usually doesn't. So I tried this. I actually removed this. And switched it to a 60-60. I found that it worked better with the 60-60. But if you're going to the blast, that's fair. Frostbite. Yeah, so you can lean into the crit damage and multi-shot some more. Nice. Yeah, I think that's another way people are going to be doing. Specify short lengths in inches and feet than centimeters, but they can generally use both. Yeah, we're bi-systemical here. We operate both in metric and imperial. We know it all. I'm 191 cm, 6'2". Due to construction? Well, it's also because our parents' generation, Dr. Evil, they were still on the metric system for a long time. Or the imperial system for a long time. Yeah, we use both systems. Did you send this build 3 times? Yeah, you just sent me the build 3 times. Get out of here. Noko. We only changed metric in 73? Yeah, exactly. So, like, we're just used to all of them. Ash, I got an Ash build on the channel. Were they different? Okay, then the server being weird. I saw 3 of the exact same build, so I can't help you. I'm sorry. There was nothing there. I'm also very tired right now, Blex, so if you want me to take a more serious look at them, I'll take a look at them tomorrow. Sorry, I'm drained. I was supposed to be not streaming for 40 minutes, but I was like, if people are swinging by because the servers are broke, I'll make fun of some people for not knowing how to read. It'll be great. That was sarcasm, by the way. I wasn't making fun of anyone for not being able to read, but it is an ongoing bit in the Warframe community of whatnot. This looks cool. No, baby, I like this. I think I would make this purple a little bit brighter, though. Or maybe the purple that's on his face, make that like a little bit more vibrant. But I really actually like that. It's kind of cool looking. Me like. Basmu. Damage fire rate. Sheesh. Just replace your serration. Gain fire rate. Is tasty. DE devs are so good to the community. I think so. But I am absolutely biased. I'll admit it. I wonder if my Riven became a Riven. Or if it's still just Riven. I actually kind of... Nope, it's still there. Rifle! You know what? I kind of want to like reload the game and see if it just still says rifle. It's not already running. Server isn't borked, but your PC is? No, the server was borked. It's now, I don't think, any more borked. Oh, wait, we do. Morvex! I love Morvex! Hey, there's my ribbon. Another Zenith? Damn it. Alright.
We should check each other.
Zenith's fire ribbon, sheesh. True and real. True. Woo. Woo. Yo, it's Relic. How you doing? Alrighty, I am calling it here, peeps. So we're gonna call it here for me. Thank you everybody for the wonderful day today. Thank you very much, Ace, for the gifted sub. Thank you very much, Ace, for the 5 gifted sub. Thank you very much, Skira Lee, for the 4 months prime. Thank you very much, Nia Rain, for the raid. Thank you very much, Ace, for the 7 months tier 1 for yourself. Blazing Nuggets, thank you very much for the new prime. Carl, thank you very much for the 2 months tier 1. Brigand, thank you very much for the raid. Camping Carl, thank you for the new prime. DJ No Baby, thank you for the new tier 1. Tazzy Girl, thank you very much for the 2 months prime. Smeeky, thank you very much for the 3 months tier 1. And we had a lot of raids, but my thing has decided that it doesn't want to load for the rest of the day. Tazzy, Smeeky, Hawk Tua, thank you for the tier 1. Miss Me, Double Wing, and Wisp, thank you all 3 for the raid. Everybody else? Oh, and what was on sound alerts today? Someone tried to spook me. Hero, thank you for the biddies, Hero. Okay, we're gonna drop you off with a good friend of the stream. You know him, hopefully. You love him, maybe. Let's go say hi to Barty. If you got an emote, or if you got a sub, there's some emotes to throw at the bards. Otherwise, everybody, take care, be safe, be good to each other. Have yourselves a wonderful night. Go spend 60 seconds, say hi to Barty. Another fantastic Warframe content creator. And we'll see all y'all tomorrow for more Warframe shenanigans. 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. as per usual. I hope you all have your wonderful time. Go say hi to Barty. We'll see you soon. Bye!